Hey, good morning, everybody. How are you doing? This is the start of what I believe is one of the most important days in the history of the NFL with respect to quarterbacks. And so at the top of the hour, Bryce Young um, is going to appear for the assembled media at the NFL Combine for what promises to be an intriguing moment, to say the least. And then we will have, of course, if you don't know who Bryce Young is, he is the Alabama quarterback, right? Okay. And then we will have, let's see here, hold on a second. I'm making absolutely certain that I get this link out. Okay, hold on. Hold on. One more thing. I'm going to have to shut up to make sure that I do that one more thing important thing. Well, okay. Let's see here. Uh, Thank you for Friday. Okay. I got that. Hold on a second, folks. Copy that link. Okay. Link. Link. There. Okay. Right there. Okay. So we have the link in two places. Bill's got the link there. We're getting ready. He is en route to the place. And as I was saying, this is the most important day in the history of NFL with respect to quarterbacks since 1983. You have Bryce Young at the podium at the top of the hour, Tanner McKee from Stanford. Bryce Young, of course, is from Alabama. You will have Dorian Hayward Johnson. And as you know, he's with UCLA. Then CJ Stroud from Ohio State. And Anthony Richardson at the podium today. And if I've left anyone else out, I will let you know in a second. But you would say, why do I refer to 1983? Well, if you're an NFL fan, you know that 1983 was the year of the quarterback paced by John Elway from Stanford, right? Who later went on to quarterback the Denver Broncos to 2 Super Bowls. And this year promises to be just that. Oh, and did I mention that Anthony Richardson of Florida will be up also within this group? The man that a number of people say who were at the combine gave the best interview at the combine so far, among other things. Okay. So this is shaping up to be, that kind of year. That kind of year. Some people say that Kentucky's Will Levis will be the one that is drafted in the first round first. We'll see. My concern is, will the Chicago Bears do the ridiculous thing and immediately draft a quarterback this year when they just got Justin Fields last year? To me, if they do, that would signal that the Bears are ran by an insane bunch that cannot coach the quarterback and have issues coaching the modern black running quarterback on top of everything else, even though they admit it and may have just hired their black GM to basically save face and cover up the fact that, well, they've got issues in that area, right? I'm just saying. I don't know. Okay. Bottom line is, this is, and I hope I'm wrong. I don't want to be wrong. But hey, look, a critic is a critic is a critic, okay? And opinions are important, and all that stuff. Now, let me go here. First of all, let me see and check on our Mr. Carroll. Let me see how he's coming along. Making sure. Hey, Bill, we're up.
Hello?
Hey, Bill, up and got the link out to you. So whenever you're ready, you're ready, and we're ready for you.
Yeah, well, I'll be ready in a second. It's raining cats and dogs out here.
Oh, wow. Do you need an Uber?
Yeah. Well, and my hotel does not have a hotel settled.
Oh,
there
wow.
are some that do. Mine does not. But it's okay. I'm just about a block away now.
Okay.
Trying to get across the street.
I'm gonna get you an Uber. I'm gonna get you an Uber to get back. So I wish you'd.
Yeah. Well, let me.
All right, let me get out. Let me get out of your hair. Concentrate. Focus.
Yeah. Let me just get across
all right, see
here.
See ya. He's His hotel does not have a shutter. He says he's a block away though. And knowing how fast Bill runs, and know how excited he is to be there. All right. One thing I'm going to do real quick. Hold on a second, folks. Be right back. Well, all right, folks. It's all straightened out. All right, that's all straightened out. Hey, everybody, welcome. We are 8 minutes away. Bill is en route. He says he is a block away. And the way these things work, though, he probably start at 8:05. I want him to get there earlier, like 7:30, but I guess he needs to sleep. He had some phone issues yesterday where he thought his phone was charging and it wasn't. So You adjusted it so it's charged. Now, obviously charged because I was able to call him. All right. All right. So let's see here. Bill Carroll here on Twitter. Then who do you want your team to take at quarterback? And like, for example, the Raiders, as far as I'm concerned, they really hurt themselves with Mark Davis in a rash fit, to me, decided that he was going to push out. Okay. Hey, Jalen Carter is returning to the combine, by the way, after he surrendered to police in Georgia for charges in a deadly crash. I don't think that's going to hold up at all. And let me show you what's going on here as we wait for Bill. Okay. Present. Share screen there. Okay, see that? They're waiting for Bryce. Let me zoom in here. Like that. And one more time. Okay, like that, all right? They're waiting for Bryce Young. Okay. That's now, if you're wondering who is going to be where in terms of podiums, let me show you. Don't think for a moment that I am not equipped with the goods, because I am. Using our innovative way of bringing you the NFL Combine. All right. Let's see here. Okay. All right. That was the one. Here is the other. Got it. All right. You say, what is he doing? I'm looking at the list of who goes what, where, in terms of talking today, Friday, March. It's hard to believe it's already March 3rd, you know? I mean, holy hurry. All right. Okay, so here's the rundown of players. This is called Group 8A. All right, Group 8A. It's going to be speaking. Bryce Young is called QB 15. All right. He is podium assignment 1. Then SMU wide receiver Rashee Rice, hey, good morning, is at podium 2. And then Ohio State wide receiver Naxon Negra Smith is at podium 3. And then Marvin Mims out of Oklahoma, wide receiver, is at podium 4. The Stanford quarterback Tanner McKee is at podium 5. This is all in about 4 minutes from now. And then Dorian Thomas Robinson from UCLA, called QB 13, is at podium 6. Podium 7 is by Virginia wide receiver Dontavion Wicks. Puka Nakwa, a Brigham Young wide receiver number 36, as they call him, is podium assignment 8. When I say wide receiver number 36, I'm not saying that was his college number, but that's how that goes. Okay, that's his combine number, WO36. All right. Justin Shorter out of Florida, wide receiver, is not given a podium assignment yet. Wait a minute. Yeah, he's at table 1. Malik Knowles from Kansas, wide receivers at table 2. Matt Landers out of Arkansas, wide receivers at table 3. And That's group 8A. Okay. 8A. All right. Group 8B starts at 8:20. That's paced by CJ Stroud at podium 1, where Bryce Young will start in a moment. Okay. Then Parker Washington is from Penn State is at podium 2. Cedric Tillman from Tennessee is at podium 3. Jaden Reed, these are wide receivers, is at podium 4. Aiden O'Connell, Purdue quarterback, is at podium 5. Trey Palmer, Nebraska, is at wide receivers at podium 6. Podium 7 is Scott Tyler, Cincinnati wide receiver. Houston quarterback Clayton Tune is at podium 8, and then tables 1 and 2 are occupied by Jerry Jenkins, Louisiana State, and C.J. Johnson Jr., East Carolina wide receivers at table 2. So let me go and find, since it's about to turn 8 o'clock, and Bill is still getting himself situated, let me go and find a place. Here we go. Okay. You want to see how this is? Look at that. This is what Bill has in store waiting for him, for Bryce Young. Okay. Right there. Now, you would say, wow, it's crowded. How does he deal with it? You always go to the side. Okay. Always go to the side. In fact, I'm going to text him and say, Bill, Bill, go to the left side. Oops, come on, Zennie. Speaker. At the podium. Okay. Yeah. I said, Bill, go to the left side speaker at the podium. All right. Because that way he's got some fighting chance of seeing him, even though he's late. So, rats. Like I said, we got there 30 minutes ago. Oh, well. But it's the scene. The scene, okay? The scene. So it's 8 o'clock. Let me see if I can find a position place where he is at. I don't see one. Let me try NFL Combine. Try Bryce Young. Yeah. There. Okay. Let's see here. There. Let's use that one. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's only 3 seconds. Yeah, brother. It's another still. It's, for as many assembled media as there are. Wow. It's, look at that. Wow. The throng. Okay. The throng. Let's see here. Yeah, the crowd waiting for him is substantial, to say the least. Wow. Get there early. I always say get there early. You get there early because everybody is there to do what you want to do. Okay. There. Here we go. Okay. Let's see if this is you see how many people are there, right? Waiting for Bryce Young. Okay. See there, that's where you want to be. all waiting to ask questions. All in their places with bright, shiny faces. Look at that. Yeah, you can stand. Look at that. Wow. Look at that. Like I told him, stand to the left, man. Stand to the left. The crowd has gathered. Okay, let me refresh this to see if he has arrived. Or you know what? I'll click on Bryce Young is fashionably late for his media session. I'm going to write good gives the 60s. Yeah. Okay, time to get in place. All right. Okay. So that's the legendary John McClane. All right. So we're going to go to videos. Bryce Young on his way to the combine. That's hilarious. Says that Bryce Young is generational. Let's see here. Bryce Young directing traffic. Big crowd here. Yep, it is. See, I see a space right over by the speaker on the side. On the left side. I wouldn't be over there on the left side. All right. Bill, you're in. Awesome. Hey, Bill's here, folks. Here's Bill. He beat Bryce Young. Hey, Bill. How you doing?
Again, I feel like, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm just going to get you, so I don't know what's. I'd be surprised either way. I'm just happy to be here, honestly. Again, it's an honor for me to be able to be selected by whatever team it is that takes a chance on me. So whoever it was at whatever position, I'm just happy to get that chance to match up.
Hey, Bryce, have you been with the Bears?
I think, again, being able to be in these meetings, you're able to sit at all these different chairs.
Zoom in. Bill, zoom in. Zoom in.
So again, throughout these meetings, throughout the process, look at other people, see get to talk to coaches and decision makers. I think through all that, obviously, envision yourself, try to get a feel for the coaching staff. And that's what I try to do.
Bryce, have you been with the Bears?
Right.
Yeah.
I don't really feel like I drive necessarily to prove anything, to try to explain all the things I see to all the coaches, all the decision makers.
Hey, Bill, zoom in. Zoom in there. Zoom in.
Yep. Try to show much of the process, learn from the coaches, be able to talk to some players and things.
Right.
It's a big learning experience, and I'm doing my best to try to explain how I and try to find that big fit.
Yeah. Zoom it. Zzz. Can you zoom?
I speak my truth. I make sure I explain how I play the game, how I see the game, my process.
I'm glad he's in the room, folks. He's in the room.
It's just talking about X's and O's. Which I feel like that's about how I've done throughout plays, through reads, and all that. And again, I've been around so many great football minds being in these meetings and being able to talk about what myself and be able to see their brains, to see how they run their offense, be able to learn from that. I think it's been a lot of back and forth.
Okay. Awesome, yeah. Bill.
Application.
Awesome, Bill. Awesome, Bill.
Protections in my game. I think I've been blessed being the system that I have, and I think translates pretty well to the next level. Obviously there's going to be stuff I'm going to learn. I'm super excited to do that, but I think I have a really good foundation.
Right, go back to homework. Harris told me about being part of the scout. He also said the same thing. They said it's hard to be you on the scouts.
Yeah, out there it's always competition, and being able to go against the first defense so much at Alabama, I feel like that prepared me. At a young age, I was able to see so much playing against Coach Saban's defense and playing against a bunch of great guys, including Sierras. So I think it was really beneficial for me, again, to be able to get reps, to be able to grow and try to make mistakes, but challenge myself. I think that's one of the beauties.
Have you reached out to anybody about the draft process? Any NFL players? Which type of advice did they give you?
Yeah, 100%. I've talked to a good amount of guys and try to prepare myself as much as I can for the next level and for this process. Specifically, I was talking to Mac earlier this week. He gave me a lot of great advice about kind of just how to carry yourself.
Cool, Bill. Cool. Yeah, there's that lift speaker if you can get in there.
Yeah, DeAndre Hopkins as much as I can because I like him a lot just because I have the ball in our hands. We're really similar, and I would love to be able to play with him, but he's high pointing the ball as much as I can.
Yeah. Hey, Bill, move to the left.
So I haven't had any formal meetings. I haven't had formal meetings with them. George Pickens, he's a great wide receiver. Misconception-wise, honestly, to be honest, I don't really know too much that I'm grateful for everything for the media for but honestly, I'm not really. Honestly, working to have body release instead of I respect that. It's basically working leverage. Like, I focus on right. I take the advice. I would say Tape. He's really hands on. That was the first
Bill,
time.
get closer.
More hands on and basically didn't necessarily try to keep the safety over top, so they trust their quarterbacks to guard on the team.
Let me call him. He got a feedback.
I would do more of that. I work any release. It just depends.
The shoulder injury.
Yes, sir.
What's the hindrance was it? How difficult was it to play through and do all this?
I've been talking to Roger. Yeah.
Hey, if you can get to the left more, because you have a speaker behind you that you're closer to, you're pretty good on the right, even though you're distant. But if you just zoom in, just take the camera and zoom in with the lens, you'd be great. Okay, just get back, but zoom in to his face. You also have it on horizontal. Zoom in with your fingers. You know how you zoom in? Zoom in on his face. Zoom in. Yeah, zoom in, zoom. Okay.
I develop my game. So I never not looking to learn something new, and anything I can learn from the foundation.
He's
I really love football, and I'm a happy person. Like, regardless of what's going on, I can bring great energy, like brotherhood to the I have none.
I feel like
I would love to go to Philly. I'm originally from Philadelphia, North Philadelphia. I'm being that was great for me. I haven't had any formal. Only time I met was just the Reese's Bowl. That's home. For making that decision, and I take a lot of pride. And
that's better.
I was looking at it there, I got there knowing the winnings that game. I'll call him Bryce Ropes. I'll call him Scoop. That's my dude. That's my big brother. I actually talked to him yesterday. He told me to just, go to work and basically show up and do what we've been doing. Yeah, really, I think it's my faith. That's something that's been instilled in me.
You can't see that.
Honestly, there's a lot of plays. Play against Tulsa where I'm running a jag route and I'm going out of bounds. Instead, I try to run high over. And there's plenty of plays against Maryland. Balls in the air, it's 50-50 ball, but I know it's 100-0 ball for me because it's my ball. Is that the kind of play, things that I require myself even my week? Yes, sir. I know that's something after. I can easily stop my feet and go from the tackle to the ball. If there's contact, I'll always make it and to try to earn that trust and that respect for God. Again, it's not something I'm entitled to, but it's something that's going to the next level. I'm excited to put the work in to try to.
All right, folks. You can hear me because he's got
Yeah, you know, I able to text you. It was great. You know, I was super happy to be
Yeah, I
in
mean,
that.
a lot of teams mentioned that they like blocking the tight ends. They love blocking block, especially out there carrying the backfield. Everyone needs a great receiver that can, just running downfield and blocking. I see always going to make 10+ yard game.
Right.
Honestly, just to get my hands inside and just take that boy out and get him to the sideline as much as I can, make separation. For me, I trust the people around me. That felt like like you said, going out. It was an honor. I took a lot of pride, and I do so much while being first time I felt like it was time to take the next step. But I'll further be there. Also, yeah, again, with the Bears as well. Those are great rooms to be a part of. We were able to talk ball, to talk about my last year. And again, with a great staff, being out there, still back and forth. It was not. So I got there's a lot of knowledge, a lot of wisdom to be able to learn so much.
Yeah, you finally got it. That's better. Better. Yeah.
I think one of the games that I'm proud of, and we're all proud of, is the Auburn game, especially my junior. We pride ourselves at the University of Alabama so much in that game. That's something that's so big for us as a university. Stay fresh to be resilient as a team. Last myself. Overtime for us to show that fight, the game that means so much to us. That's something I'm extremely proud of. And yeah, defense, Georgia was definitely a tough defense. Playing in the SEC, there's a lot of tough defense. You see a lot, but yeah, Georgia was definitely especially. Hardest part, it's kind of hard to pinpoint. There's been a lot of struggles, a lot of ups and downs, a lot of adversity. But for me, honestly, that's something I embrace and I enjoy. Things being tough. Me being going to the South, going to college away from home, being environment, being challenged every day by coaches and my teammates there. It's a lot that of adversity, but again, that's what I embrace. I enjoy that. I feel like those challenges, that's what even out to growth. For me, that's something I take pride in. So, even the downs and the struggles, at the end of the day, you go out and thank you guys.
All right.
He's coming here. He's coming Bill's way. So hopefully, Bill. Hey, Billy's coming your way. Hopefully, he doesn't go away.
Yeah, right.
Bill froze.
He's still here?
Oh, I shouldn't have said this. TJ's doing it.
Dang it.
There.
Ain't you ready? Yeah, that was still there.
Yeah, he should probably stand up there so that indicates your height.
Yeah,
That's right, 6'2" and above. Please go to week 3.
Hey, Bill. Bill. Yeah, your camera froze. Also, look at the screen and look at what the audience sees as you make it, because you're not doing that. You're not, otherwise, because you don't know what's going on with the camera. Your camera froze, and make sure to do that. Forget talking to folks this time. Just get those shots, huh? Yeah. Look at Look at the screen as you make the vlog. Put it in front of your eyes, because you're not doing that. Okay, it's clean. You're not doing that. You know what yeah. Okay, and then yeah. Sorry, folks. Trying to get him to. I don't know what's going on where he's not doing that. Anyway, there he is. Okay, now I'm trying to get him to look at that. All right, and then it's 8:18. Right. So CJ Stroud. Okay, let me get him back. All right, cool. All right.
Careful, man, you're under.
Bill? Yeah, I want you to be aware of what you're showing people. When you're a vlogger, you always look at the screen. Always. Hold the camera phone horizontal to your eyes, okay? And please. Well, no, but then you have an iPhone, right? You have an iPhone, right? Okay, but does your camera have front and back lenses or just one? Well, yeah, so you can just switch the camera with your finger. You don't have to worry about that. All you have to do, that's the idea. You can just calmly do that. But as a vlogger, you got to know what you're showing people. Right now, you have them jumbled and everything else. It's not good. You know? No, there is. You want to show people what you're seeing. Think like me. Rich. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Please, just okay. Yeah, it's experiential. It's experiential. Okay. Yeah, please. Yeah, try it. Bill, please, just I'm begging you. I don't mind. That's great. It's the experience of being there you're giving to people. That's the idea. It's the experience of being there that you're giving people, Bill. You don't want people to not see things. Show them everything. You're the boss. Just show them what you see. Give them your eye. That's what the camera's there for. Right now, you're sideways. Please, God, I'm just begging. I'm on my knees, okay? Yeah, let me get it. Okay, let me get off your phone. Yeah, okay, go. It doesn't take anything seriously. That's the thing. Sorry, folks.
This guy, what market are you from? A lot of competition. This guy brought this one yesterday. That lens was it was 18,000 for the lens, about 11 for the C300 or whatever it is.
See?
So you got more lens than you got cameras.
There you go. Yeah. Awesome. Show us. Yeah.
Is it on? You want me to go ahead and put it on now? Got it?
This is
that would be amazing. We had a good meeting for sure. It was a solid interaction. Had a good time. It's been a great week. I'll be excited. No, a veteran. That's always a good time. Being able to learn from guys like Sahan Dotson, having a brotherhood, things like we take their hand. Other guys, learning from those guys. I feel like I'll be a big fan. I'll be excited to work with you like that.
there we go.
We're kind of close in a way, so I didn't get a chance to really watch him. But knowing that he's from Penn State, I had an opportunity to see his film. Watching the Buccaneers play. Great dude, great player on the field. Always look up to him.
Go ahead, Mark. You ready?
Oh, God, now, watching him every year, he's always doing a good job with that organization. Great dude. It'd be amazing if I get the opportunity to play with him, be able to learn the game.
Right. Yeah. First and foremost, I want to thank God for being here. It's been a dream come true, man. Got to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. But that's something that I was put into me at an early age with my foundation in Christ. And that's something that I was inspired by other athletes growing up. And I want other kids to be inspired by me, not only just on the field, but how I carry myself off the field, because I think that's very important. The platform I have and the influence that I have on the world is something that I take really seriously, and I want to be responsible while doing that, and I want to be effective in my community, and I want people to look at me as a role model. So that's one of the reasons why I do that. Yes, sir, I have. It went really well. I got to meet everybody in the front office and had a great conversation, asked me some questions, and I feel like I did really good in the interview process with them. Looking forward to going deeper and deeper, build a relationship with them. Yeah, one thing about me, I want to show, first and foremost, is my foundation, how I am as a man, as a person. Of course, I want to show I'm a man of God, let that be known. And secondly, I just want to show that who I am. I want to be myself. I want to be unapologetic for myself. No matter what room I step in, I want to let them know that I control the room, and that I'm a leader. And then third, I want to show them the IQ that I have about the game when they ask me questions about plays or different things like that. That I let them know that I am a student in the game. And I'm willing to learn, and I know I have lots to learn. So, but I do come from an offense that is high powered. I did put a lot of points up, but I'm willing to go back to square one and learn it all over again, just to be great and to be weak. So those are three things that I'm trying to show.
DeAndre Lambert, that's my guy. He's gonna do his thing. My boy Malik, Beast.
Yeah, Coach Day, and everybody at Ohio State, dealing with Coach Harline, Coach Junius, Coach Fitch, Coach Wilson, our offensive coordinator. They do a great job in our building, just because it is an NFL, a mini NFL team, and they make you get up on the board, they make you explain the plays back. It's not just them coaching you all the time. You have to be the coach on the team, and that's something that I took very seriously. Not only being the leader, but being that coach on the field. And if somebody forgot a route, or somebody forgot the text, or somebody did this wrong or that wrong, I think on film you can constantly see me pointing things out, learning to do something, telling routes, telling plays. I think that just shows with what I'm willing to do just to be great and to be a coach on the field.
CJ?
Yes, sir. That was my first formal interview that I had. Met Coach McDaniels, met everybody in the front office, and went really well. Had a great conversation with them. Kind of got to explain what my offense was, and they asked me about my athleticism and things like that, if I could do it at the next level. And I told them yes, sir. So had a great conversation with them. They asked me about some family stuff as well. So just being really honest and trying to just build that relationship and that connection.
CJ, how do you describe your style as a quarterback and your skill set?
Yeah, so for me, I try to describe my style as one, free flowing, but still disciplined, still able to take the completion when it's there, but at the same time making plays. I like to be just confident really in myself, and another thing I like to do is kind of just extend plays, but take the routine plays when they're routine. So I don't try to press the envelope, and I think that's very important being a quarterback sometimes, because you want to let your teammates know that you're not always trying to be Superman, but when you need to be to make that play and you can extend that play, you get a lot more respect from your teammates. So those are just things I like to do. I think I'm a playmaker. I think I'm very creative, and I think I'm smart when it comes to protections and things like that, because I solve a lot of issues before they're even there. And that's something I pride myself on. And one thing about me, I think I'm a ball placement specialist. That's one thing I like. Very accurate. I don't want my receivers to have to do really anything to catch the ball, and I think I've shown that time and time on film. CJ, how did you develop? Yeah, I've had a formal interview with the Falcons. Met the head coach, met the OC, got to meet the general manager, and yeah, it went very, very well. Had a great interview with them. They're real fiery in there, real. They're kind of like big kids, they're just kind of cool. the same time asking really good questions, being very honest, and I appreciated that. So that interview went really well. And then I had what was that question? Sorry. Yeah, I mean, everybody kind of highlights their game, but for me, I think you can put on my film. I think I've been the best player in college football 2 years in a row, and I think I've consistently done that. And I think that honestly, I think I haven't touched my potential yet. I think that I have a lot more to get better at, but I have a lot more to not only prove, not only to y'all, but to myself. And that's something I'm planning to do because I honestly don't think that I even got close to anything in college yet. So I'm excited to see what I'll do in the field.
CJ, how did you?
It pushes every day.
I'm sorry.
Everybody doing that.
Yeah, I mean, growing up for me, one of the reasons I wore number 7 was because Michael Vick. So he inspired me not only just to be athletic, use my athleticism, but as a black quarterback to stay in the pocket and throw the ball. And that's something that he was very underrated in. And then I look at Deshaun Watson a lot as somebody I feel like I have a similar playing style to. And then Joe Burrow, being able to create, not being the fastest guy, but being able to kind of extend plays, throw guys off of you, just be tough. And that's something that I feel like I do in this game. Yeah, I mean, I've had to answer this question a couple of times, and I don't want to put nobody on the hot seat and try to say this receiver, that receiver. I mean, when you're in the NFL, I feel like every receiver is kind of dominant, but of course, all those special guys. So I'm excited to see wherever I go, man, and I want to build that connection with every team that is. So if that's any receiver, if that's a tight end, I want to build that with the whole offense and that whole connection with the team. So I don't really have any exact names, but yeah, I'm open to really talk to anybody.
CJ, how did you develop that?
Coming back home, I'll be excited.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that's something I'm not really foreign to. I had to do it in high school, and I know that's a long time ago, and it's not as big as NFL, but it's something that kind of prepared me a little bit for this. And being at a place like Ohio State, they prepare you for things like that. So it's not always going to be grass, not always going to be green on the side. That's something that Coach Day consistently tells you. So he prepares you for things like that, and I definitely think that if I do get put in a situation like that, then I'm gonna try to go in there with just complete confidence and remain humble and just go to work. Because at the end of the day, trying to flip a script and trying to build something, trying to build not only just a rebuild, but build a franchise and build a dynasty. That's something I want to do. It takes hard work and it takes consistency. So that's something I'm willing to do.
CJ, how did you?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of conversation with older veterans. I remember a conversation with Larry Fitzgerald I had in Arizona at the Super Bowl. And he was basically telling me kind of just the confidence piece about it, just being really confident in yourself. And really just being a student of the game, not being too cool for school, going in there and controlling that team all the way from rookie minicamp. And I think that's how it starts, because I don't think you can build a dynasty or build something like that without a good foundation. And that's something that I want to do when I come in is be a leader. And of course, not demand respect, but earn it, build trust off the field, and be a leader not only on the field but off as well. So that's what I'm planning to do.
Brown,
I'll be honest. I told him like I'll tell y'all. I mean, I didn't do it a lot of college, and I feel like I should have, and it's something I do regret. I feel like I could have done it a lot more, but I think if you turn on the film, you really watch what I do, and you really look at film game to game. I have used my athleticism, not only just in the Georgia game, where I did it a lot. I've done it in every game. I've had tough third down runs. I've had tough fourth down runs. But it is times where I didn't run the ball, and maybe I should have. And I feel like that's something that I learned, and that's what football is about, man. It's about stepping back up to the plate and going back and working hard and fixing those problems. So that's something that I plan to fix. And I'll show my pro day. I'll show my athletics. I'll show my availability to escape pressure. And I've done it before on film, but since people don't think I can do it, I'm gonna do it again. Yeah, I was proud of him, man. There's so many times you get knocked back down, but I feel like a true man's character is when you get knocked down, how do you get up? And he's got up every time, and he stepped up to the plate, and he hasn't blamed anybody, hasn't pointed no fingers, he hasn't anything that's as a human. That just shows you what type of man he is and what type of family he comes from. So just knowing kind of him as a person, I mean, that's really cool. Just because it's hard, man. You get hit so many times hard in the face. You have to make plays using your feet, and he ain't no damn running back. He's a quarterback. He can sling that rock. So I'm gonna stand up for my brother every time, and he's gonna do great things in his career, and I'm excited to play with him. I mean, no, I don't want to go there. I mean, that's his team. So, but I mean, I think I can do my thing. I gotta go do my legacy. I know he's rooting. He texted me yesterday morning. So me and him, brothers for life.
CJ, how did?
That was one of the games I felt really, really healthy. I was dealing with some hamstrings, but I mean, at the end of the day, you can't use no excuse. If you lose games, that's what matters. You can't lose. But one thing that kind of motivated me was just honestly people thinking that we couldn't play as a team no more. They didn't think that Ohio State was playoff. And that's something that I took to heart because at the end of the day, we the Buckeyes. We was gonna show that. And I feel like we did, even though we did lose. We let everybody know that who we are, and we don't turn down no fade. We gonna look you in the eye. We gonna hit you in the mouth. That's something that we did for 4 quarters, and we got to just finish those last 5 minutes off. And but shout out to Georgia, man. They're a great football team. But at the end of the day, I feel like we all just prove who we are as not only just as a player, but as a program.
So you find yourself to that roster, just some game change. So having that opportunity to be out there, be able to contribute to.
Yeah, I mean, I was honestly going to come back to school. It was really hard for me to leave a place like Ohio State where it takes time to get to where I was at, and it takes a lot of hope, a lot of trust building, a lot of camaraderie off the field, and it's something you can't just throw in the trash right away. And I don't feel like I did that. It's coming in the league. It was a smart decision for me, I feel. But it was really hard, and of course, like you said, not being that team of North, not winning that championship, 2 goals of mine. Of course, not winning the Heisman was I feel because of those losses. That's kind of hurts, you know what I'm saying? I feel like I could have won 2 Heismans back to back if I win those 2 games. So, but at the end of the day, man, it's God's plan, and I don't question that. It put a little more fire on me, put another chip on my shoulder. So I'm excited to go to the league and do better things than that because that wasn't God's plan. So let's see what the league got for me now.
CJ, how did you?
I did a really good job of that. Starting at you and making that job in Penn State.
Yeah, that's something I kind of grew up doing. Like I said, in youth ball, my coach, his name is Coach Tojo Munford. I played for the Oslo Warriors growing up, and he forced me to stay in the pocket. He forced me to be accurate. And my high school coach, Coach Brady, we used to do like little bubble screens. And if I didn't hit the top shoulder, I'd do 10 push-ups or little small things like that. So it forced me to be accurate. And not only just on deep shots, but like on those bubble screens, on slants, on to being quarterback friendly to my receivers. And that's something that I pride myself on.
CJ.
Continue to build on what we want to do. So like it's going to continue.
I mean, if you watch my film, I think I can show the balance. But at the end of the day, when dudes are open, you feed your guys the ball, or they look at you like you're crazy when you walk back to the sideline. So I think if you're open, you're gonna get the ball messing with me. Or if it's, I know how to. I think something that I'm good at too. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I throw guys open, and that's something that I think is rare. Because at the league, dudes aren't wide open, and I think I've done that in my career where guys aren't wide open, but I try to throw them that way. I try to throw them down. I try to throw them out. I try to throw them over his shoulder, things like that, because separations aren't not always going to be there. So that's something that I find myself on, and sometimes I get so I think I get so invested in the read because, I mean, you spend 8 hours on one play. I guarantee you're not going to just go 1, 2 runs. You're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 and really try to figure out who's open. And you want to feed your guys a rock, man. Everybody at Ohio State I played with from year 1 to year 2, they're extremely hard workers, and I want to feed them. You know what I'm saying? I want them to eat just like I am. So that's something that I pride myself on. But when it's time to dip my shoulder and go get that first down or something like that, I want to do that too.
CJ, how did you?
Thank you, guys, man. God bless.
And so like our defense, we played a tough look every week. I feel like that prepared us very well.
Stacy, that I don't know. Okay.
Kid just wants to
Oh
learn.
wait. Oh, it's Jason's.
Big
Here,
time.
can you grab it?
Plays in practice. Makes it tough for all of us. I feel like he just wants to get better.
What's going on again? Bill?
Yes.
It froze again.
Oh,
Yeah, practice looking at it as a vlogger. You should never take your eye off the screen, ever. Okay? Ever. You shouldn't put the phone down when he's done. Okay, you're showing.
Sometimes there's people between me and it, so I can't always see.
Yeah, it does. No, my point is use the phone. It's not about you. It's about using the phone to look through the screen and show the audience. It's not about
Right,
what
but I'm saying sometimes my view is obscured because I'm 5'7", you know.
But listen. Like right now, that's perfect. Okay, is that podium?
Right, because it is at my eye level. I'm 5'7", but there's be people 6 feet tall and up in front of me, and then you'll just be looking at their necks.
Yeah, but what happens is you move one side to the other. I've been in that. I just move one side to the other. I don't hold the camera up. All right. I always make sure my eyes are the camera. The eyes are the camera. Like this is a great view right now.
Oh, yeah, it is, because there's fewer people here now. So
give us a scan back about, what's happening around us. In other words, just
everybody's just sort of, people are texting or tweeting or.
Yeah, right. Who's talking over there? Who's that's talking over there, over the other side, over here?
Oh, that's Parker Washington. Yep, it's Parker Washington, Penn State wide receiver.
Okay, you need to go over to podium one for Anthony Richardson. He's at very soon at, I believe, podium one. Actually, it looks like you're already there, huh? Let me see that. That's great. Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, he's at podium one, and Anthony Richardson. So if you're at podium one, all you have to do is stay there.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I finally got in a good spot. So it cleared out a little bit.
The CJ Stroud video you made was the best. That was outstanding.
Yeah, well, I fought like hell for it, Zennie. I several times bumped Stacy Dale, so I have to apologize to her after. But I got it.
She understands. She's.
Oh yeah. She was a post player. She was a forward, a terrific one, right? 2-time All-American in Oklahoma.
Yeah. Well, also you can switch back the camera, like switch from lens to lens when you talk. That way we can see you.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Right. Get you. This is vlogger training, folks. There you go. See, now we can see you, Bill. This is vlogger training. Awesome. Gotcha. Yep. See that? Okay. Cool. Yeah. The thing about it as a vlogger, Bill, as a vlogger, only worry about what you're showing the audience. Don't worry about anybody around you. All right? Because they're not worried about you. Okay?
I got it.
Yeah.
Oh, I did. Oh, well, he's left. I was going to say, I talked briefly to Jarrett Bell. He was behind me at one point, but he's cleared out.
Oh, you'll get him later. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, right now you've got golden in front of you. So switch back the camera.
Yeah, I know. I was going to. In fact, I was going to leave it the way it was. But let me give me a second.
There you go. That's perfect. Okay. Yeah, and see, and Bill, don't worry about getting your question in so much as you're showing the audience. Think of yourself as, hey, look, I want what would I like to see, right? So you're giving a gift to people that lasts through the ages. That's what this is. I have videos that go back to 2006 and up. This is history. This is like Stonehenge, quite literally. It's the importance of the vlogger. A lot of the people around you are not doing this. They don't know how. This is path breaking, and it will continue to be, but it also shows how far behind the media is, and why the media doesn't monetize well.
I'm one podium at a time. Got it.
All right. Now, all that's aside, here we go. Mr. Richardson, the Raider quarterback. What do you think?
I think it went pretty well. Informative. Yes, sir. I was pretty well. Just getting to know them. Talking about my life, talking about ball. Just pretty well.
Anthony, you had a chance to meet the Dallas Cowboys?
Oh, no, sir, I haven't.
If you had a shot to be dropped in an offense like that has like CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, to learn behind Dak Prescott, what would that mean?
Well, I think it'd be beneficial for me. Just having other guys around me, then learning from a great quarterback like that, I think it is.
Anthony,
Who do you feel your NFL comparison is?
Growing up, it was always Cam Newton for me. So a lot of people say Cam. I believe it is Cam.
Anthony, you could have been. Oh,
Can you repeat that for me? I guess it's a good thing. I don't think about it much. I just try to be the best version of myself that I can be. And I feel like I continue to grow, and I will continue to grow.
Anthony, you clearly, anyone's seen you on Instagram, you're working on your footwork. What are you specifically trying to build in your mechanics there?
Just being consistent with my accuracy. Using my arm, using my hips, using my feet. Just tying it all together and just being consistent.
Thank you.
Repeat it for me, I'm sorry. You said, what do I think I'll bring to a team? I don't even know what that means, project label. But I'm willing to bring anything, everything that they need from me. I'm gonna work hard. I'm gonna be dedicated to my craft. I'm just be a leader in that organization. So just continue to grow.
Anthony, what do you believe makes you dynamic?
Everything, everything that I'm able to do on the field, and everything I'm able to do off the field. I live a good life. Coach Nixon always told me, you must be living right if everything on the field is going right for you. So keep living a good life and just keep having fun with everything.
How do you describe the uniqueness of your skill set?
I'm able to do everything on the field. Run over people, jump over people, run past people, throw the ball pretty well. So just tying it all together, I feel like that just helps me become a better quarterback. That's my guy, man. I love Coach Johnson, but having him on the staff my first year, it definitely taught me, ins and outs about offense and how certain things can work. So just talking to him and having him, I miss him, and I was glad to have him.
With teams that are searching for maybe more big, how do you actually
about what?
playing on board here? How do you answer
my guy right there said I'm a project. So I guess teams already know that I have room to grow. So they see sparks in me. I see it in myself as well. So I don't have to talk about experience with them because they watch the tape. They know I've been playing football for a while. It's just a matter of what level I've been playing at. So I think I'm ready. I know I'm ready. They'll get that from me.
Anthony.
Yeah, I met with the Patriots. I feel like that was another great interview for me as well. It was fun. Yeah, I plan on doing everything. I train for everything, so I'm trying to showcase what I'm able to do.
Where do you see yourself 5 years from now?
I see myself, I want to be a legend. I want to be like Patrick Mahomes. I want to be like Tom Brady. I want to be one of the greats. I will be one of the greats, because I'm willing to work that hard and get to that point. So to answer your question, I feel like I'm going to be one of the greats in the next few years.
Anthony.
The process has been great for me. Talking to my agents and my managers, they see changes in me. And I'm just excited because I feel like I'm growing in myself, and I'm just having fun with the process. Training in Jacksonville with Torque, that was probably one of the best decisions I ever made. I feel like my body has really changed, my mental has definitely changed, and my mechanics has changed. So I'm ready to showcase what I'm able to do.
Where do you see your assets as a quarterback? You as a passer, how do you see this as fitting watching
just watching different films, watching Joe Burrow, watching Justin Herbert, watching Josh Allen last year with my coaches. I feel like I'm able to do those same things that those guys are able to do. They're great on their teams. So I'm ready to get on my team and get in my system and become great just like those guys.
Anthony, grow it up.
You know, getting picked up by any team is a blessing for me. You know, I'm not just keying out one team. I'm not just pointing out one team. You know, because since 6th grade, you know, I wanted to play in the NFL. And, you know, I'm blessed enough to be here, even talking to you guys, and just have this opportunity. So getting picked up by any team is a blessing for me. No, using my hips. You know, a lot of people say I have a big arm, and I do believe so. But you can't just muscle the ball around all the time. You know, that's not going to work. So you gotta be tuned up. You gotta be tuned in with your mechanics. And using my hips, that definitely helps me out a lot. You know, a lot of people can say I can benefit from it. A lot of people can say I can benefit from going in day one and playing. You know, so who knows what I'm ready for? You know, I just know whatever situation I'm put into, I'm gonna dive in head first and just keep running hard.
Anthony.
Yeah, talk about it. Oh, that's definitely my family and my friends. You know, they've always been rooting for me. You know, and I'm just thankful for them. You know, especially my mom, my little brother. You know, they're my rock, they're my backbone. You know, so they're who I do it for, and I'm glad you know I have a strong support system because not everybody has that.
Anthony, what's the biggest misconception about you?
A lot of people say I'm immature, you know, because I'm only 20 years old. But you know, I had to grow up early in my life. You know, I had to raise my younger brother. My mom was working 2 to 3 jobs every year. You know, so a lot of people don't know my situation. They don't know my story, and that's why I'm here. You know, to tell my story and let people know who I am.
Anthony, growing up, who did you model your game after?
Growing up, it was always Cam Newton for me. Then when I got to high school, just seeing how dynamic Lamar was, I tried to implement both of those guys in my life. And I started calling myself Cam Jackson. And you know, just trying to make big plays, you know. So just Cam Newton and Lamar Jackson.
And what are you most excited about showing the world this week?
You know, just throwing them, you know, how great of a quarterback I am and how great of a quarterback I'm willing to be.
Thank you, man.
Carl is a legend, man. He's a Florida legend. Just watching him and sitting behind him, you know, he taught me, you know, how important it is to play good thing, how important it is to grind. You know, that guy, he knew everything of the offense, you know, the blocking scheme, the receiver routes, his checks, everything. You know, at one point in time, he was calling plays for himself. So the Bucs can definitely expect that from him again because he's a guy that's great, you know, mentally, and you know, he has a beautiful arm. You know, so I try to implement that in myself. But you know, he's a great guy, and they're gonna get that. Can you repeat that for me? You know, if you ask a lot of people around the game, you know, I had a black little mountain bike, and whenever you saw me, you saw my little brother on the handlebar. You know, I had to take him to school. I had to take him to get food. I had to get him dressed for school. You know, so that's my brother, but I love him like he's my son. You know, I'm just glad that he's a part of my life. You know, I love him. And, I just can't wait to go to live out our You know, my mom, she doesn't want me to do anything for her. You know, because she said it was her job as a mother to take care of me the way she did. You know, I'm definitely thankful for her and I love her. Y'all about to make me proud too. But you know, I'm definitely take care of my mom. You know, whatever she wants, she can have it. You know, I don't plan on. You know, I don't have anything in mind, but whatever she wants, if she said, you know, she just call my name and I got it.
Anthony, have you met with the Falcons?
Yes, sir, I have.
How did that go, and how did they describe their situation to you? With Kyle Pitts being there as one of the weapons.
That was actually a great interview. They asked me how fast I was going to run in the 40, and asked me if I was faster than Kyle. And, you know, I got to brag on myself a little bit. I definitely told him I am faster. You know, if Kyle sees it, I'm sorry, man. I was about myself, but that was another great interview.
How fast would you say?
How fast I am? I say I'm fast. My target time is definitely fast. You know, so I'm not trying to put any numbers out there. You know, I'm just gonna stick at that tomorrow. Yeah, definitely. You know, just my athletic ability. You know, growing up, I've always been the one hanging in trees, jumping out of trees, jumping over fences and everything. So just bouncing around, moving around, I feel like I have an advantage in that. Yeah, I like that. Movie. I can definitely get better at delivering the ball and helping my guys up. But I can also catch every pass. If I could, I would definitely. But it's just helping guys out and helping guys help me. My completion percentage. Some people say it's not great. I don't think it's great either. But it's just growing as a quarterback. Not every year is going to be your best year. I definitely learned a lot from that. That was another great interview as well. Just getting to know them, just getting on the board and just drawing up a few plays for them. Recalling a play that they taught me early in the meeting. So that was another great interview. I don't think it's anything behind it. I trained for it, so why not go out there? It's okay, but I did pretty good. Jacksonville. I think it's just instinct. Growing up, sometimes I was trying to get out there too fast. I remember I was playing an All-Star game for my 11th grade year, and the whole line was actually blocking. I was ready to run. I'm like, oh, they're blocking. So I think it's just instinct and just knowing when to get out of the pocket and when to stay.
Last couple questions.
I can say that again. I've been working on, just coverage recognition, just recall stuff, knowing where to go with the ball. That's not anything I've been specifically working on throughout my combine. That's just something I've been working on throughout college. Because you know what the coverage is going to be before the ball even snaps. You're ahead of the game. You should be able to dominate and have an advantage.
Anthony, let's say a favorite passing concept, 3rd and 8, just outside the red zone against man coverage. We'd like to throw.
3rd and 8?
Yep, just outside the red zone, against man.
I'll work for a man concept. You got a lot of guys crossing, a lot of guys running, one-on-one backside, one-on-one with the running back, and everybody's covered. I'm open, so I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna go with it. It's crazy because I don't even play Madden. But when it comes to touch, if you watch my film, I definitely can, add some touch to the scheme. Just growing up, I've had a lot of people tell me I'm throwing it too hard. So when I'm trying to lighten up, it's not as accurate as I want it to be. So I don't care if somebody complaining about them throwing it hard. They better catch. Just everything I'm able to do on the field, and everything I'm willing to do on the field. I'm willing to put my body on the line. I'm willing to grow in the meeting rooms and the locker room as a leader. I'm just willing to do everything in my power to be the best version of myself that I can be for the organization I go to.
Last question.
Lord knows, man. SEC championship, national championship. I had high hopes of winning the Heisman last year, so there's a lot of things I left undone, but I feel like I left my mark on Florida. Some people might not say I was a great quarterback at Florida, but hey, who cares what they say? I feel like I did pretty well there. I'm just blessed to be here.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Well, I thought someone asked a football question. I mean, just to mix it up.
I know.
It's hard to get those.
Hey, Bill, talk to us.
Just for fun.
Hey, Bill, turn the camera around. Talk to us.
I'm about to. I'm just trying not to elbow. Sorry. I was trying to elbow somebody in the face, but yes, now I can get my arms in position to do that.
Yeah.
I had thought about Zennie. It's just I was waiting for people to move out of my way.
Sure. This is that's all right. It's just vlogger training. Turn the there you go. Awesome. Hey, so what do you think of Mr. Richardson? What do you think?
You asked me what I thought?
Yes, sir. Yes, I did. Yeah.
You can tell that he's been practicing for certain questions, right? Because there are questions about him. Mm-hmm. When a guy has that few number of starts, there's going to be questions. And yeah, he knew that somebody's going to say, and of course he kind of laughed about it when someone called him a project. But the under 20 starts club, for the most part, has been a very mixed bag. Obviously, you're looking at guys like Trubisky. You're looking at guys like Mark Sanchez. So he's trying to break, essentially a long line of quarterbacks who have a below the threshold number of starts, and most of them have not panned out, to be perfectly honest. So if he does, he will have broken through. But yeah, he's aware that people have concerns about that. He's also hasn't always been the most accurate, but not because of not knowing where to go with the ball. When I watched them on tape, I noticed they had a good concept of where to go with the ball, but his mechanics would be all over the place at times. Sometimes good, sometimes, his feet would be going one direction, his top of his body is going the other. Like, it's not connected sometimes physically. And if you watch him on Instagram, and I did, look at his Instagram feed, he's been working on that, tying his bottom half and his top half together. He talked about he's working on a place called Torque Fitness in Orlando. They've been trying to get him to sync up the two halves of his body, the lower body and the upper body, because sometimes that would break apart, in essence, while he was playing in college.
Hey, now, Bill, the guy that was asking about the Falcons next to you, that is the legendary D. Orlando Ledbetter.
Yes. It's not my first time running into him.
Well, introduce yourself. Tell him that Zennie's on, and ask him for his view. He's a great guy.
Yeah, no, we've met before. Yeah, yeah, he took off. Yeah, it was.
Okay, so let's see who's next then.
Well, right near Darnell Washington here, the tight end.
Oh, take us
Will
there.
Mallory, the tight end, is here. And then the next podium is Michael Mayer, also Notre Dame tight end. Then the next one after that is Tucker Kraft, the tight end from South Dakota State University. And here we've got Cameron Latu, the Alabama tight end.
Okay.
Over here we've got Brenton Strange, tight end from Penn State, will be coming here. So tight ends are all next. Tight end. Oh, this will be Zennie. And
Zennie, you've been busy, man.
I'm trying to be busy. And then next up, pardon me, Sam Laporta, Iowa tight end. And this is Leonard Taylor. So he's the last of the tight ends, I guess, alphabetically.
Right now.
Well, I mean, nobody's on the podium at the moment. But I'm probably of this group. Of this group. My favorite is back over that. Well, I need to go this way, apparently.
Okay.
So back over this way.
I am well aware.
Hey, Bill.
I'm going to head back over, then position myself.
Hey, Bill, stick around the room. Don't leave. Stick around the room.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
Remember, you're giving an experience for the audience to be there, right? It's about showing your sons, your daughters, your friends, us, what you're seeing. That's the beauty of a vlogger that a lot of people don't get today. You're learning to be a top flight vlogger.
Yes,
I was just telling you would have loved Richard. You would have loved your question for Richard.
Well, I mean, everybody's asking
background and not football question.
Right.
So Bill,
hey, Bill, introduce your
extended red zone, third and 8 against man. What do you like to do?
Bill, introduce your friend. Bill.
Bill. Right. I thought we should mix in a football question.
Well, that's what I do. I pop in here and ask you to
Hey, Bill, introduce your friend. Introduce your friends.
I'm about to, Zennie.
Okay, just take it. Do it.
Yeah.
Dorian, I got a question in.
Yeah.
So Dorian, not when I first got there. I was waiting.
Right.
And then
So this is Jacob. Hello, Jacob.
Jacob, how are you? Hey, how are you? Welcome.
You got Zach. You met yesterday.
Hey, Zach, how are you? Hey, everybody.
George. Yeah. Well, I'm meeting for the first time. Oh, CHHI Sports Indiana.
Yeah.
Did you get to talk to any of the Purdue kids yesterday, like Trice or? Oh, okay.
But Julius Brent's
Yeah, we still got
Brent's.
Good.
We got the tight end and quarterback today.
Right.
Interesting.
You'll be with me on this, Bill. I'm gonna go talk to that ODU tight end. That's
Yes.
6'8", 250 pounds.
Yes.
Dude, 6'8", 250 hurdles champion.
He can move. Right. He can move. Right.
Hurdles champion.
He's the guy that people will be like, how is it that he was available in the 5th round? He's so good.
Well,
There you go.
I don't. Well,
Jelani White.
I don't think he'll jump. Well,
I don't know.
Well, you said hurdles.
Dude, if he does 36 inches, we could all high five later.
Yeah, we'll high five later. But I don't know. I don't know how crazy. Like he's gonna run well. But
Yes.
he's coming off a big injury. Not.
Right.
Played some fullback, played some tight end, big blocker.
Yep.
Can also move a little bit. Michael Mayer, obviously for.
That's the one that
guys.
right.
Indie
Yes.
guys
Indie guys and people like cleft chins.
We need to that's why I'm gonna go for the guys on the table.
Yep.
I love the table guys.
Yep. Hey, Bill, when the guys are talking, make sure we can see who's talking because we can't see who's talking.
Oh, yeah.
207.
You're talking. You got an audience of people, right?
Oh,
No, I'm not gonna be here for linemen, which is the ones I know the most of because I've been writing.
Right, well, lineman, right. How ironic.
Dewan's good though. Dewan's good. He's actually like a dancing bear. He's like the finesse player.
He was in Indiana also. High school
Basketball, yeah. My description was kaiju, and was how I described him in my scouting report. Yes.
Yeah. He's like a finessey dancing bear. Like I want to see him be like a little more of a dick.
You want to see less Charles Barkley and more like Dwayne Brown? Is that what you're
I
saying?
want to see him just shoving dudes on the ground. Yeah, but when you're that side, I can teach you to do that. Like whatever. His arm, literally, he could touch you off the snap. He could be back in his set. He could still touch you at the snap. Like the second you fire off, you already
reach.
His reach is
That's why I think he's gonna be the best of these rookie tackles. Because Broderick is awesome. Broderick Jones is great, but he's young, really young. Harris Johnson, super young kid who's super athletic.
Right, but not just young, but also not. They don't seem to always have an approach.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Squishy,
Yeah. Okay.
Squishy.
Squishy is a good way to put it. Yeah, I was trying to find a way to put that, but thank you. Squishy works.
Squishy yeah, they're squishy. But then Dewan, he might not be as good as Paris or as Broderick can be.
Sure.
But he'll be good.
And
Anton Harrison's good too.
That's the one that I was gonna. Every once in a while, I'm reminded of why I like you.
He's the best tackle.
So Anton, my grade was low at first because the Texas game was so stupid to watch. It was like Wildcat the whole game. It was the worst offense to watch. And I was like, hey, Anton looks fine, but whatever. Then you watch Kansas State game, TCU game. I'm like, this is a first round tackle.
Yes.
Anaduke, who I think is a lot like Max Crosby. Right. He even said he thinks a lot like Max Crosby.
Sure.
So he's the best offensive tackle.
He's seen, right.
The problem is they do so many moving pockets there, and they do so many quick sets that you can never see his actual explosion.
Let's just make this real easy for you. Oklahoma's O-line U, right? They had 5 offensive linemen in the Super Bowl started.
There we go.
You can't stop them.
Can't stop them.
Which is a record.
Huh?
Which is the record, I believe.
Yeah, they're on the record for most offensive linemen in the Super Bowl.
That's what I'm saying. I'm upset. Yeah, that's the record. Yeah.
No, I like Anton Harrison, man. He's good. He's good.
And they got Wanya Morris on the other side.
How do you think he's going to test?
Now that he moved to the right tackle instead of left tackle, if people think right is where he's at, and I watched him win more than Wright did at the Senior Bowl.
Right.
It says a lot.
Yeah.
You know.
But do you think he's going to test well?
I think he tests just fine. I mean, the thing is,
that's my big
I don't
thing.
care about tests. Right? Orlando Brown didn't test good, and he's been all for the last 4 years.
Fair.
I mean,
but that's the exception, not the rule. Let's be honest.
Right. No. Wanya,
I look at everything.
I love Wanya. I love Wanya. I'm a big one. The arms for his size.
Freaking steal.
That's where I got him. That's where I got him right now.
I mean, it's a steal.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. He's a good player.
Especially as tough as the right tackle position has been, how good he's been at the right tackle. The move from Tennessee for him is really good.
Biggest thing I wrote for him is he is so good at winning ugly. He knows how to win ugly when
things go wrong. You get beat off that right. Yeah.
In run game, everything he does is ugly as hell, but he always gets it done.
Yep.
He isn't super fast or explosive, get into the hole or whatever he's pulling, but he will just get his body in front, open it up. He's a real good player. He's like Ronnie Stanley type.
That's not a bad comparison. Yeah.
Stanley was that guy. He wasn't like a super athlete, but
no, he was smooth though. Right. Yep.
But Oklahoma with those quick sets and stuff, we want to see more vertical for a scouting perspective.
So you want to call in and say, "Can we just run some power off?"
The thing is I'm not going to see there being a problem. And Powers is a big free agent. Brown's a big free agent right now. Massive free agent. When you talk about all players that continue to play in the NFL as offensive linemen from Oklahoma. It's hard to take the resume away. It's true.
I mean, Wisconsin could clearly throw down a pretty good gauntlet at your Oklahoma thing. But yeah, I mean, there's some schools that clearly understand how to develop the position.
Yeah, it's Bill Beatonball's area. He's probably one of the best offensive line coaches in the entire game.
Yep.
He didn't leave when change happened. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, that was huge. That was probably the biggest win to keep somebody. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and everything they lost, that was probably
They lost
the biggest
53 players. So that's why people don't understand. They lost 53 scholarship players after the Oregon game. So it's going to be scary with them next year.
50. I know it was a big number. 50.
53 out of the 86 that were on staff. And you got to think about how many players they brought in. They had a top 4 recruiting class. Lincoln Riley never did that, by the way. Had the number 2 transfer class in the entire country, which says a lot about Brent Venables, considering his head coach at Clemson was 171.
Yeah.
That's a big difference in use transfer portal or lose. That's what's
right.
going to happen.
Right.
Dabo likes to complain about that.
Well, Dabo
playing all he wants. Got 171st transfer class.
That's why
it's going
well, he refused. He still refuses to embrace it.
And that's why he's not going to win this year or next year.
Good for me.
Works for me.
Works for me. All right, boys, I'm going to pop out of here.
Oh yeah, well, I'm going to position myself for you know where's Mustard? Yes.
Kid had a car accident.
Oh.
Yeah, I was in the hospital.
No, I knew. I heard his son was in the hospital. Yeah. He said he's gonna be okay though.
Yeah.
He told me he's gonna be okay.
I don't know if he was going to still come in. Or
He didn't seem to know when I spoke to him, but you spoke to him probably more recently.
yeah. Then he tried to give me a space at midnight. I'm like, no, bro, it's midnight. I'm going to sleep.
Yeah. He sent me a text about it too. It's like I just got done writing, and I'm going to shower and I'm going to go to sleep. I will not be in this particular space. Well, for him, it's 9. That's the first thing, or 8. Yeah, so it's a 3 hours difference because it's California.
Listen, man, it's midnight here.
Right.
Yeah, it's different when it's 9 o'clock.
It's 3 hours different, but it's 9 o'clock. Which podium is Musgrave again? Let's see. I'm going to reconnoiter. So that's Mallory, Washington. Indorf. Noah Indorf. Okay. And then down here we've got, Zach Kuntz. Fascinating individual. Yes. So tight ends are coming over next.
Hey, Bill.
Yes.
That was a great piece of people being able to see how draftniks think.
Yes, it is. That's how we think. It's how we talk. We have our own language.
That was
My
rare.
boy Zach busted out squishy, which actually is a fairly accurate description.
Where are you taking us now?
So there's a work area.
Okay.
Over here. Most of this are radio stations. So you can see them. Like Giants Radio.
I want Zennie 62 Media to have. The only problem is we have to do it's $14,000, so I got to get a sponsor, but multiple. But we can have our guests there.
There's Dan Hope over there, who's with the Bengals. I've known Dan for a while. Used to be an Ohio State guy. Now he's moved over to covering the Bengals. Let's see.
Hey, Bill.
Yep.
When you have a chance off camera, inquire with who we would talk to set up a table for next year.
That'd be one of the media relations people who are back in that room. I could probably find one just by looking at their lanyard.
You know what I'll do though? I'll just text Brian. I'll take care of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I want us to have one of those. It doesn't really pay for itself. I'm going to make it pay for itself because I haven't seen that. So technically, okay. Because that aspect of what you're seeing is pretty much dead. I mean, people buy them just for the sake of it. They have guys like, see that guy sitting there texting, All right. That's wasted money. All right. All right, that's wasted money, you know. So we're not going to do that.
So
That's wasted money.
No, I'm an intern for sports.
Yeah.
Well, tell me a little bit about Sports Benefit Network.
I'm Gil. Nice to meet you.
Bill Carroll.
It's a nonprofit organization based
Hey,
out
Bill,
of
tell them who you're with.
Yeah, I'm going to, but I'm gonna let him finish talking. Zennie, go ahead.
And the goal is to raise awareness in communities, try and get athletes to support their communities, and really just to connect athletes with charities and like, help them donate. We do a lot of financial literacy events. And, just ways of getting community involvement with sports and using sports as a resource for underprivileged kids.
Got it. I'm Bill Carroll, also from Chicago. I was Zennie 62 Media, and I'm fascinated by this work. So your name again is what?
Gil.
Gil. Pleasure to meet you, Bill Carroll, as I think I said. And so how is it that you get connected to the athletes that you want to connect to philanthropies?
So it honestly just starts with building real connections with people, asking them questions that engage in social impact and finding ways that they can connect with a certain charity. I know for some players, they kind of just do whatever their agent tells them or donate to whatever they want. But there's also some players that, whose grandparents have had cancer, so now they're very committed in finding a cure for cancer. Maybe they didn't have a lot of food growing up, and now they want to have food for underprivileged kids.
Sure.
So I think it's really just finding what athletes are passionate about in social.
Well, you mentioned you're from Chicago. Did you ever get to meet Eddie Jackson and his particular initiatives?
I personally am not from Chicago. The
this
nonprofit is based.
And you're in Indiana then?
I go to Indiana. I go to IU. I'm from Los Angeles.
Really?
Yeah.
That's usually people go the other way.
I know. My parents are both from the East Coast, so I kind of want to go back to the East Coast.
Got it. Okay. So you went right past UCLA, USC, all of that, and said, "I'm going to I."
Kind of wanted to get out a little, experience more of the world, but I love it. It's been a great experience.
Yes. You're thinking Los Angeles is played out. Bloomington is where I want to be.
Yeah.
Oh, what are you majoring in?
I'm majoring in policy analysis and a minor in business.
So you want to go into like public affairs? Like, what do you want to do with that?
So I like data analytics.
My area, Bill. I know that. Policy formation.
And I do love sports. I've always loved sports, and I know my major isn't really sports related, but I do kind of want to find ways to implement kind of data with sports, or kind of front end stuff.
Okay.
Hey, Bill.
Well, I mean that. Yes.
Hey, Bill. Tell the young man on the Zennie Abraham, who took policy classes at grad school in Berkeley, has a book form. It's called Essence of Decision, explaining the Cuban Missile Crisis. Read it. That's a classic.
Okay. And who wrote Essence of Decisions, Eddie?
Graham T. Allison, the legendary Graham T. Allison.
He highly recommends it.
Okay.
And his background is also policy.
Okay. Yeah.
Graham Allison.
So how did he get involved in the sports world, and do you have any suggestions on how to get involved in the sports world?
Here we go. So, and coming from that, okay, I guess you heard it. Go ahead.
No, Bill, do you want me to go first? You go first.
Yeah, he had a question for you. So he wants to know how he can.
I had a weird route. What happened was that with respect to how Zennie 62 Media came to be, I headed the effort to bring the Super Bowl to Oakland, but we lost to Jacksonville in 2000. The city of Oakland, in the face of the NFL, treated me terribly. And so as Commissioner Tagliabue was awarding the Super Bowl to Jacksonville, Joe Brown, who is the executive vice president for government affairs, said to me, Zennie, if there's anything we can do for you, let us know. And I said to him, I don't have a background in journalism, but I wanted to try something. And I said, hey, look, I started Oakland's first blog. Okay. That was in 2004. And so I said, I want to cover the NFL draft in New York. And he said 2 words, you're in. And that was this. And I said, wait a minute, to myself, right? I don't have a background in journalism. What am I going to bring to the table? And I thought media innovation. First live stream ever done at the NFL draft. I did it with partnering with Ustream in 2007. And even today, this mode of presenting is still innovative, right? So that's how I did it. Now we have a C Corp. Bill's a shareholder, the guy you're talking to. He's our NFL draft expert, and he's, returned to the fold with us because this is where he belongs. I'm happy he's there. Bill's a legend. Thank you.
It's a great story.
Bit of an exaggeration, but thank you, Zennie.
Hey, by the way, if you want to vlog with us, talk to Bill, stay in touch, and we'll have you on the show.
Yeah. Do you have a card?
I will. Here's what I'm going to do. Well, do you have something that has your information on?
I don't, but I can connect with you on LinkedIn.
Okay, that works.
Okay.
So I am Chicago based.
Okay.
So if you look up on LinkedIn, there's several Bill Carrolls that I've looked, but if you look Bill Carroll and then you look Chicago, and then you'll see something called, it'll say like Bill Carroll of the Family Legacy Foundation. That's the Bill Carroll that you're talking to.
Yeah.
Boom!
Perfect.
That was fast. That's me. And yes, if you are trying to stay in the Midwest and you want to work in policy, I mean, I do know people. I mean, that's not my world, but I do know people in that world.
Okay.
I've worked in politics a little bit also.
Yeah.
One of my best friends, in fact, my roommate in the late 90s and early 2000s was a man named William David Burns, who worked for a guy you've heard of named Barack Obama.
Yeah.
And I used to occasionally make vodka martini, not vodka, I'm sorry, gin martinis, Bombay gin martinis for the two of them. And what was the other thing he liked? He was a gin guy, and then gin and tonic. Those were his two big drinks for him. So have you had your internship? That's a huge thing, obviously.
This is the first thing that I've ever internship that I've had, and this is an unpaid remote internship that I was able to do while I'm a student. So this is kind of the entry thing that I wanted, the experience that I was looking for. And I never would have thought that I would be able to get this from this internship. So this is very great experience.
You could do a lot worse.
Yeah.
You're not collating,
no,
stapling,
not at all.
getting coffee.
Yeah, this is great. And as for the summer goes, I don't have the summer actively.
Okay. Well, now that we're going to be connected, I'll keep my ear out.
Okay.
If you're interested in the non-for-profit world, that's where I do have my connections.
Okay.
So I'll swing my head around and ask who's looking for a bright young man who's interested in, for some reason prefers the Midwest to the West Coast.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Might be a smart move. All things considered,
this is the organization.
Yeah.
And I will take the card. Perfect. Which I knocked down, but picked back up.
Hey, thank you.
Actually, it's going to be a great angle. So what's in?
I said thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Yeah. That was a great.
Yep. Some more radio stuff. Kansas City.
More great examples of vlogging. Nice job, Bill. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when I'm not getting elbowed in the ear, I could do good work. It was like being in a what's the word I'm looking for? Like when you see those videos of Black Friday, like when they show the video of people crashing down the doors at Walmart. That's what it was like. The Bryce Young thing was brutal. But luckily, I have a strong lower body. I was able to hold up despite the very, very vigorous jostling.
I'm used to it, man. I've been jostled by and I'm among the best.
I've been also, including our friend Jared Bell. I was like, oh, I turned around. I hope if someone was bumping me, I was like, I turned around. Oh, there's Jared Bell. I said that you said hello, but because it was during the Bryce thing, I didn't have time to really, talk to him long.
I understand.
Couldn't have a full conversation.
Yeah, everybody's competitive because the people that are there are on borrowed time and borrowed money, literally, and they are, especially Jared. He's a top guy at USA Today, and there have been layoffs. Stop for a moment and focus on those tables. See those tables over there? Right? Yeah. The reason why so many of them are empty is because at the time that people bought those tables, they expected to have people that they could afford to send there. Okay, but now they can't. Sports Illustrated laid off a bunch of people 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I mean, the layoffs have been brutal, and the media industry is quite literally, especially even creators, collapsing.
Eric, are you busy?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, go. No, just at some point I want to talk to you.
Yeah. Where you posted up at?
Well, I'm going to swing back over by the tight ends.
Okay, I'm going to Washington now. I just got to hit the head real quick.
Do that.
I'll be at Darnell.
Okay, I'll be at Darnell too, and then I'll swing by one of the others.
Hey, Bill, we got all the quarterbacks, right? I think.
The quarterbacks are done. It's tight ends next.
Okay, do you want to just take a break, or do you want to keep going? Or how do you
I'm going to get at least one tight end. There's a couple of There's so one guy I have sort of a when I say connection. I mean,
Sure.
his school used to be where I played, so they're not the same school. It's complicated. We didn't have our own stadium at the time. We do now. So we actually played on their campus. Old Dominion was where we played our home games. That was ironic. We had to take a bus to our home games. You know, weird. But
Quick
what they
question,
called
by the way.
Foreman Field in those days. It's not called Foreman Field anymore, but I think it's Monarch Field now. But it was Foreman Field in those days, and that's where I played my home games when I was a student athlete. And they have this guy that is wildly underrated tight end named Zach Kuhns. Remember that name?
Yeah.
Who is going to come in at about 6'7" and 3/8. He's going to come in at about 254. He's going to run probably in the low 4.6s. He's going to jump 35, 36 inches on a vertical. He's going to blow people's minds. And people are like, who is this guy? Oh, there's Jared. So Zennie asked me to talk to you. And of course, it's a pleasure because I looked up to you from my earliest days in the business. So
Appreciate that.
yes. And then I got the.
How you doing, buddy? Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Hey, what up, Zennie?
I'm producing.
Okay. Cool,
Yeah.
man.
We got this.
And I'm down there fighting on the post with two-time All-American Stacey Dales, you know, so.
Hey, Jared, this is the first time the NFL's given us 2 credentials. Yeah, instead of one. The first time the
I
NFL's
can't hear you,
given.
man.
Oh, he was just saying it was the first time we've gotten 2 credentials as opposed to just 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go. What's up?
I'm
I'm dragging. I have no energy.
Oh no.
No energy. You know, so that's what you get right now. What's up?
Hey, give us.
I gotta write a story. I got like 12 things to do. I'm trying to do a text message to my girlfriend.
Oh,
what you got?
Okay.
What you got?
I'll ask you real quick.
Yeah.
Obviously, people ask a lot of questions of Bryce Young about his size. He's been the same size forever. This isn't news to anybody, or shouldn't be news to anybody. Why are people still harping on it when we've seen quarterbacks his size succeed?
Well, I don't know if we've seen people under 200 pounds. You know.
Oh, okay.
But we've seen shorter quarterbacks.
Breeze is right at like 202 or something, right?
Yeah, you got Drew Brees. I mean, and even going back in the day, Fran Tarkenton.
Oh, or Lenny Dawson was 5'11", 190.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, you've had guys that were, you know, not big. And I think the thing with him too, is that, you know, he played in the SEC, and you know, I mean, he's kind of proven something.
And at the biggest high school program, one of the biggest high school programs in the country too.
But to answer your question, I think people ask because, you know, there are always measurables in the NFL that come into play when you think about what the prototype, you know, quarterback is, receiver, defensive lineman, whatever, you know, height, weight. So those metrics are there, but we've seen many people, you know, succeed despite the metrics, and we mentioned a couple. So, hey, we'll see if he's going to be that guy.
I mean, obviously, he's not going to just wake up one morning and be 6'2". I mean, what do you want him to do? I mean, whatever. And then the other thing that everybody wanted to, you know, sort of harp on, and he laughed about it, was the project label, right? That they want to slap on Anthony Richardson. Now, are there things he can work on? Sure, but that's true of every quarterback. Why do you think he's the one, particularly, they want to put the project label on so securely?
I couldn't give you an answer to that because I don't even know, you know. But I think your point about, you know, young quarterbacks coming to the NFL, regardless of where they come from, is going to be a learning curve. So with some, it might take a little bit longer. I think, generally speaking, it's, you know, how much you played in college dictates what people project in terms of what that development phase will be like. But here's something that to really, you know, chew on for a minute. I remember it wasn't too long ago that Josh Rosen came into the draft, and he was the
the chosen, or Rosen one.
Let me just finish saying what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Josh Rosen, wasn't too long ago that Josh Rosen, you know, came into the draft, and he was, you know, hailed as the most NFL ready quarterback. And so, as it turned out, he was like the least successful of that deep quarterback class. So you got to be real careful about putting labels.
Right. But I mean, people are comparing him to Peyton Manning when he was 18 years old. Remember that? People literally were comparing him to Peyton Manning.
Who's that?
Rosen at 18.
Oh, I missed that.
there were people who went on record that saying the most mature, as you said, ready, all that stuff, mentally prepared since Peyton Manning. I heard people say that when he was 18.
Hey, Bill.
He did
Yes.
that Peyton's game.
Yeah, tell Jarrett that, hey, Jarrett, Bill here is a draft history veteran. He's one of the few African-American draftniks in history, going all the way back to Radio City Music Hall in Javits, all the way back that far. So I'm blessed to have finally gotten him here.
I hear you, bro. I hear you, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
No, it's nice to meet you, man.
Yes.
Nice to
I'm going to
meet
let you.
Where you based at?
I'm out of Chicago.
Really? Okay.
Yep. I'm going to let you fight through your fatigue.
Man, I had a long night, man.
Thank you, Jarrett. See you, man.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I understand.
Yeah. He is the legendary. He is the
Appreciate
Bill.
you.
He is the legendary Bill Nunn designated award winner with the Pro Football Writers Association.
You know, I was just recently writing about Bill Nunn, the original Bill Nunn, first, Bill Senior. About his role in reintegrating the NFL after the brownout, as I call it, of 1933 to 1946.
Well, Bill, do you know who you should talk to? Jared Bell.
I will definitely do that, but
Jared Bell.
I didn't want to take up too much of his time. I could tell that he was starting to wear down a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I did what I did. I've known him long enough to tell. But he's
I'm
a
gonna
good brother.
catch one quick tight end over here as they're starting to fill up over here.
There's like 10 to 12 of you guys on that flight.
Yeah, there's a good portion of us on there.
So coming in from the flight now to here with the interviews, the whole process, how's it been for you?
No, it's been a really cool process. Obviously, once in a lifetime opportunity to be able to do these types of things. Making that adjustment, from our training facilities. It's a nice change of scenery. Just kind of getting, meeting some new guys and obviously meeting some teams. So it's been a really good process.
What's it been like at the training facility? First off, where are you training? And then what are some things that you've been really honing in on specifically in lead up to the combine, whether it be with the field workout or like actual drills?
Sure, yeah. I've been training the Exos Pensacola. They've done a tremendous job with me. They're the best of the best there. And, it shows even with some of the guys, performances yesterday. So, really happy for those guys. But yeah, just like obviously focusing on those combine drills, getting us prepared to be able to perform at the best of our abilities.
So speaking to with your overall body type, you have your tallest tight end here. Talk about the benefit that has not only as a blocker, but also I think people kind of sleep on your ability as a receiver too.
Sure. I think obviously having that length, that's not very traditional. For the tight end position, you don't see too many 6'8" guys that are out there. But yeah, like you said, I like to use that to my advantage. Obviously using my size, my speed, using that combination to be able to create mismatches. And be a weapon out on the field.
Is there any disadvantages to being that height, like if you leverage a blocker or things like that you think that you've been really looking at in your tape depth and you're trying to improve on before going on to the NFL?
Yeah, I think the pros definitely outweigh the cons. For a lot of that, using my length, using my strength to my advantage.
Is there, whether it be, do you feel comfortable flying outside, being able to play on the perimeter, whether it be a jump ball situation in the red zone, being able to play in the slot, being able to play in line, being able to take on defensive end? How is it I'll go with the blocking aspect. Do you feel like you're very comfortable being able to take on, say, a defensive end and being able to?
Yeah, I feel very confident, lining up any position on offense, whether it be split out or attached. I've kind of, displayed that throughout my college career. Like I said, I can really line up anyone on the field and get the job done.
Is there any tight ends that you really watch in the NFL that you kind of like to model your game after?
Yeah, I think a lot of guys, especially tight ends, you love the way guys like, George Kittle play. Obviously playing aggressive and having fun doing it. I think that's what's really cool about the tight end position. And those guys creating the whole tight end university. It's a close-knit group. And so, seeing guys like that, be able to go out there and, dominate at a high level and, having fun with it, it's awesome to see. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see Saturday.
Have you been able to meet with the Pittsburgh Steelers, whether formally or informally? And speaking on the tight ends, being able to look at anything with Pat Prime, with the younger tight end, but he's speaking his name in the game.
Sure, yeah. I'm very good friends with Pat. I got to be able to talk with the tight ends coach. I'm excited to continue conversations with bunch of teams. Appreciate it.
Zach, what attracted?
Just what's your role? How significant do you like your role is in cultivating as a tight end? How significant is your role in cultivating hidden yardage?
Hidden yardage. Well, I think a lot of that, when a tight end prides himself on is getting yards after contact, and being a bigger guy. So, you make contact with someone, you call them +3. And, those 3 yards add up throughout the course of the game. That way the game doesn't come down to, 4th and 1 or 4th and inches. You kind of, gain that yards throughout the game.
Zach, what attracted you to the Old Dominion, the Monarchs?
Sure. Coach Ronnie there, he does a tremendous job. I've had a great relationship with him for, so having that, in the offense that they run, they love giving the ball to the tight end.
Yes.
That was something that was very attractive to me, and something I was able to, capitalize on.
You mentioned your height, but you also have a track and field background.
Correct.
You don't see that very often. I've seen tight ends about your height, including Donald Parham from Stetson. But he was a basketball. You were a track guy. How did you end up getting involved in track and field at your height?
Yeah, in high school, played football, basketball, and track. Was state champion hurdler.
Yes.
My junior year. I kind of got that from my older brothers. They ran hurdles too. So my main motivation was, I got to beat their times. I'm a little bit bigger than they were, but still able to.
A little bit.
Bring out home. So got to get some hardware.
One last thing. Favorite place in Norfolk you used to go when you were there?
Favorite place, I gotta say Del Vecchio's. Pizza spot.
Good call.
Yeah, great food there. They always take care of us there. Good spot.
Yeah, I used to play at Norfolk State, but we used to play at your campus because we never our own field in those things.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, great spot.
Yep.
Speaking of your high school career, you were a 4-time distinguished scholar in high school. Can you just talk about the academic background and how that's maybe helped in some of the interviews you have with teams?
Yeah, absolutely. I knew it was always important. Obviously to take care of the classroom, and that's something that I've always excelled at. Always been confident in my
Hey, great questions, Bill.
I'm gonna making my way over to Michael. To Mr. Mallory, Will Mallory.
I love there's a lot of tradition there. Guys go to the league, tight end U as well. So that's the reason why I wanted to go there. I wanted to be a part of that tight end U. I wanted to be a part of that tradition that sends guys to the NFL. So having those guys come back every single year and kind of explain their story, how they got there, was something really cool. And I'm just fortunate that I get to try and follow in their footsteps. It's a different offense. I feel like obviously I had the most productive year this past year in that aspect. So tight ends were used a lot. Coach Cristobal loves using tight ends. So I think that was a cool opportunity. I was glad I got that. I got to showcase a little bit of what I can do, and I think my best football's ahead of me. So I just want to keep improving. Just keep getting better and better at each opportunity.
Will, what physical and technique changes have you been trying to make since the end of the season?
I've been working really closely with my tight end coaches down in Miami, and just hammering away the technique of how they teach it. It's similar to how a lot of coaches in the NFL that I've talked to, just different terminology. But at the end of the day, it's technique is big, learning that. But like I said before, at the end of the day, it's a mindset thing. So.
And you made some changes to your body, clearly. Tell me about that a little bit.
Just going up to this combine, I've probably, slimmed down a little bit more. So for the combine, it'll be good. Definitely by pro day. And after that, I'll want to put on some more weight to get ready to play football. So,
right. So what's your target football weight?
245. I've played that the last 2 seasons. So I feel like it's a comfortable weight for me. And, I feel like I'm kind of a young, maturing, body wise. So I feel like I could probably add a little bit more to my frame as well.
Thank you.
See the evolution of the tight end position. Kelsey, Kittle.
Great job, Bill.
Awesome.
I'm going to move my way to Darnell Washington next.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of Washington. That so much love the tight end. I'm not how big guys
I never met him in person, but I know he's a great hell of an athlete.
Hey, who is that, Bill?
What'd you say?
Who is that? Who is that?
Darnell Washington, Georgia, tight end.
Okay, thanks.
That's very talented.
I feel like that's always a plus to work with somebody that experienced the same experience you experienced. So, yeah. It says that it's a brotherhood. Once upon a time, I was in a locker room recording Trayvon Walker history. So I just feel like it's just a tradition that we have like this. It just shows that we love and care about each other. Having met with the Bucks, I take everything from this game. I take pretty much everything from everybody a little bit. To route running to just him not going down on the first sight of contact. So, no, I don't have a schedule.
Darnell?
That's it. I feel like that's the thing. That's going out, doing, showing the doubters money to about to do.
Talk about how being a multi-sport athlete in high school helped you in being a tight end. Talk about how being a multi-sport athlete in high school helped you being a tight end.
Being a multi-sport athlete helps me being a tight end just in every way. So in basketball, boxing people out. I mean, that could transition to the football field when it's a jump ball, you to box them out. I did shot put. I don't even know how that helps with being a tight end. Volleyball, jumping, competitively, that helps me jumping and things like that. So, yeah.
Who are the biggest influences in your high school?
Biggest influences? Yeah. I just say my mom and my daughter. I mean, at that time I only had one daughter, so my mom and my daughter. I just when I came home, I just want to get in the world. That's what I'm still trying to do.
Don't know
where do you feel Stetson should be drafted? Where do you feel Stetson Bennett should be drafted?
I'm not sure. I mean, the athlete of the player.
Don't know what.
Myself. You said, will we? Hopefully, just trying to start a trend. Try to use the University of Georgia. I feel like that's what Ben Barnes trying to do. No teams have asked me about Brock. I feel like I would have to tell him about his skill set. You just look at the numbers or the tape, whichever one you look at.
Don't know what's the most satisfying block you've ever put on somebody in your career?
Satisfying block?
Yes, sir.
I just say a chip block. I mean, Tennessee game, I did it. My freshman year, I did it against Arkansas. I feel like that block is just, I mean, I don't know, it's just satisfying. Like, you just feel them, and then a couple of seconds later, you don't feel them in your shoulder pad. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great question, Bill. Thank you.
No, I haven't met with the Falcons, but I did see how they use Kyle Pitts. I mean, he gets the ball a lot. He's featured in our offense a lot, which is great. And, yeah. I feel like I got lots of untouched talent when it comes to that area. In high school, I was getting a ball 60 times a season. So if I'm going to there, then coming to college, not so much in that area. So I feel like when I tap in that potential, I feel like it's going to be great to see. I just walked past him in the hallway. This was good. From what I seen, I mean, it was just a high vibe, but from what I seen, we did good. So when I had my first daughter was my junior year, But just being a dad, you prepared me. I knew how to. I knew I had to grow up like right away. That's not staying out all night. That's not one of high school parties or things like that. So I mean, it just motivated me more, along with the doubters and along with everybody else on that side. So yeah. That's a big reason why I went there. No, for me, I feel like I had lots of help in my corner with signing with him. She helps a lot. So yeah. Miami, Coach Fields, he's a tight end coach there. I'm not sure if he's still there, but Coach Fields, he's a similar guy like me. I feel like he's come from similar backgrounds. He's a great guy. I mean, I wanted to play for him, but I also wanted to get developed. I'm not saying he wouldn't develop me, but I do want to get the most of it if I can. And I believe it's really hard for that. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say this because it may or may not be true, but if I wanted to end up at Georgia, maybe Miami, I'm not so sure. Top of the
I know we hear a lot of guys being like, yeah, early I heard your name a little bit. You talked about what it meant to you
So me, I enjoy hard coaching. So when the coach, I'm not saying your name, it's either if he don't care about you or something like that. But for me, I love hard coaching. At that time, I didn't get on the mic because I just came from high school, so I'm not up to speed yet. So not only that, I didn't really talk to high school, so I was as physical as I am now. So for him just to stay on my case, I love it. I enjoy it. It's a blessing. So
no doubt.
Playing for offense and with Cook again, it'll be an honor. I know that team is special. They got great, elephant athletes, great guys. But just reunited with a Georgia player, if it's good for, if it's no Georgia players or whatever it may be, that's whatever the people hold.
I know. When you see yourself in 5 years,
You said what? Through the roof. I mean, I did think that. I mean, how is that? Yes, sir. I mean, we all know Joey Carroll and Bates. And then I also yeah, I feel like all my people will everything.
What's still out
in this boring season? I say Missouri gave us a run for our money. Ohio State, number 9. I mean, y'all see him. Y'all see him walk around. Big as me, strong as me, or maybe stronger. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, just playing those high caliber players. I mean, you got to come with your A game. If you're not, they will embarrass you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. That was great.
People don't think I'm as fast as I am, and that's what I'm kind of
Finger, hand. Bill,
I think you really care. Like I said, personally, I think that's very well referenced. Yeah, number one would be technique. There's no doubt about that. Hands inside, get your hips in, things like that. And I think that's one of the things Coach Parker really helped me with is the details in my technique, my steps, things like that. And then
after about
controlled
4 weeks, I realized I could bounce back this lot faster. But I realized 5th week hit, I'm like, oh, I'm playing this week. So that was University of North Dakota. I came back and won every game since then.
It's just kind of how I've been playing sports my whole life, man. It's not that I need to change or anything I need to do. It's just how I've been playing.
Sounds like.
All right. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
I don't know. Mike's personality is just kind of like that. You see him on any TV screen. Like the other day, I think he was on ESPN NFL Network, and he's just a funny guy. I don't know. Probably. I don't know.
Tucker, who is the toughest player you faced either in practice or in a game?
Toughest player I faced, we were playing Illinois State. His name's Zeke Vanderbilt. He's
Very
FCS
familiar.
Defensive Player of the Year. He's very good.
Yeah.
Yep. Couple of my formal interviews ended with him making a couple plays on me in that game. He's a very talented player.
Tucker, what makes you different than any of the other tight ends? What can you bring to the table?
I think my background's different than a lot of guys. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that nobody else has experienced adversity. But in my life, I have.
What kind of adversity?
Well, I was 12 years old. My dad passed away. After that, my mom developed a very serious chronic illness. So I spent like my entire junior and senior year living alone, taking care of chores. And I grew up in a ranch community. I'm very thankful for, everyone that came around and, tried to help out and play dad for me. So, but I'm not going to say I've done everything on my own, but I had to learn how to grow up a lot faster than all my friends, become very self-sufficient. So,
how important was it to have that support system?
I mean, it's important. It also helps if you bring in quality people into your life. You make your circle small. And that's the greatest thing I learned about myself is that, I need people, but developing quality relationships in your life that's top tier. I mean, you got to go forward. I realized, like, after my junior year of high school, like, no one else is going to pay for my college education. I'm going to go play football, and I'm going to get a scholarship, go to college for free. And, I mean, now I'm here. I guess it happened in a blink of an eye.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tucker.
Thanks, guys.
He really not. I would be the one-on-one every single time. And he gets delusional sometimes, and he likes to talk about it, but he'll never meet me out on the court.
Is there anything that you took from his game now that you're
Yeah.
Is there anything that you take from this game, whether it be a good kid? Practice or not, you watch I don't know. I think
I think Pat, something that he was really good at and something that y'all probably don't see aside from the football is how he came in the building every week and how he prepared his schedule. So that's what I took from him. Carried the tradition along. He used to do stuff with us. Like we would meet as a tight end group and there would be no coaches or anything. We would just go over film and the older guy, the leader in the room would do that. And that was something that I carried over with the younger guys and the rest of the dudes in our group. So. I mean, I would be blessed and I would be happy to play for any organization, first and foremost. But yeah, I met with the Steelers, I met with the tight ends coach, and we had a great conversation, talked about some of Pat, just talked about funny moments that we had together. And it would be really cool to be with Pat again, but obviously I know it doesn't always work out like that. So wherever I land, I'll be happy.
Because one last question here. Your team had Penn State, Mitchell Tinsley, Parker Washington, yourself, all moving on the NFL this season. Who do you think can help fill those roles that Penn State likes?
I mean, obviously you got the guys with a lot of production leaving, but I don't honestly think there's any holes. Penn State is always a very talented team in every position. So obviously they might not have as much as experience, but those guys go through the same thing that we did. And they had to prepare the same way that we had to prepare. So even though they might not have experience playing in true games, I think that they'll be just fine. Guys like Keandre Lambert, Harrison Wallace played a lot last year. So those guys will probably explode onto the scene this year, but they're prepared. They got prepared the same way that we got prepared, and they go through the same stuff. So
Drew Allen ready to be the next great Big Ten quarterback?
I'm not going to place that on him, but yeah, Drew Aller definitely does have the potential to be the next great Penn State quarterback. A great player, and more importantly, a great person and a great leader for Penn State. So I'm excited to see what he can do for sure.
Any tight ends have a chance to get close to Nolan Smith's 40?
Any tight ends have a chance? What did he run?
4.39.
4.39. I don't know. I honestly do not know, but I would say some tight ends are going to put up some pretty good numbers for sure.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Brad.
it.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I think that's it for the tight ends.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, he's done. I think all the tight ends are done now, right? Oh, there's still some left. Oh, there's one more group. Okay. Yeah.
Great stuff, Bill.
Let me see.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just switching something. There we go. So I'm gonna make my way back.
Bill, who's over at the media stands in front of you on the left? There's like booths and no. There's nothing in front.
You mean my right?
Yeah. What's over there? Show us. Point the camera.
That's an interview. Michael Meyer and Tom Pelissero.
Show me through the lens, with the camera lens.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna switch the camera.
Okay. Okay. Can you pan around to the other side? Keep going, like behind you, the opposite side, the opposite wall. Yeah.
Oh, there's not much. Well, eventually I'll hit the set.
That's a point. Good. Stop there. All right. That's what I'm talking about the economy. All right. In the past, Pro Football Talk had a booth there. Yahoo did.
They were here. Yes, they were there yesterday. Yeah.
Okay, they took them down. They used to leave them up, but all that space was filled. Okay, so you want a bellwether about what's going on with the economy, you're looking right at it. It's empty.
Oh yeah. Well, I was sitting yesterday. I was with Justice Mosqueda. I was with a bunch of guys that were at SI, and some have landed on their feet. But yeah, I was talking to some of those guys. Just the guys I was sitting with yesterday.
And
some of them were guys that were former SI guys.
Turn back to where you were 5 seconds ago. Right over. Keep going. Look, yeah, there. Okay, right. Stop there. Stop. Okay, that's where CBS had their booth for the combine, and I interviewed Brady Quinn and Charlie Weiss. There's nothing there now.
Charlie Weiss was here yesterday, but he was over there.
I'm saying, but my
serious.
Well, my point is that CBS does not have a booth there. Okay, they don't have an expenditure there. That's major.
CBS Sports is behind me because Danny Cannell's up there talking to somebody.
Take us to CBS Sports. I want to see what's going on because that's empty.
That's CBS Sports.
Okay, right there. All right, that's all they've got.
I mean, I don't know if they got something else, but that's where they've been.
That's all they would have. That's my point. See, in past years, and you can see this on Zennie 62, folks. For the combine, they would have a stylized step into booth, and they would have a green area backstage. All right, none of that is there. Okay. None of that is there. And that's how things have changed. It is quite literally a smaller combine for media.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. Well, I was sitting with a bunch of guys. We were talking about the layoffs yesterday. But yeah, I was with Justice. I was seated with Mark Schofield, a bunch of guys that were talking about, friends of theirs. And some cases, guys who had gotten laid off were over there. But and through guys they knew or women they knew that recently, one of them was literally on their way to do a podcast when they got their notice that they'd been terminated. So yep, been a lot of that.
No, it's a sad hemorrhaging.
Yes,
because of the economy, because we're still not out of this pandemic economy, even though we have a segment of the population that wants everybody to believe that we are, which is only making things worse.
Sure. Understood.
Yeah. Wild stuff.
Well, denial was the old saying. Denial is not just the river in Egypt. It's denial is many other things.
Well said, my man. Well, true words have never been spoken. Where are you taking us now?
Well, we are now over the shoulder of when D. Orlando at Ledbetter was working probably on a story.
Oh, okay. Hey, Tilt, is he typing or is he just texting?
Well, no, he's Zennie says hello.
Hey, Zennie, how you doing?
Hey, man, how you doing? Hold on a second. Let me. Yeah. Hey,
What did
come
you
here,
say?
man.
He was asking if I was interrupting. You're working on a story.
Yeah, I'm.
Oh, sorry about that.
He's transcribing.
Hey, D. Hey, D. Bill Carroll goes back to NFL Draft 2006 and the true draft. He's one of the few African American draftniks from New York. Well, he lives in Chicago though. That's Bill Carroll. I've known him for almost a couple decades over.
That would be
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's our designated NFL draft expert. Although I still do.
Awesome. He's working hard down here.
Yeah, we've bumped literally into each other a couple of times.
He's doing the thing.
He's the man. We're the men. How's that?
There you go.
That's awesome. Keep going. Keep up the great work out in the Bay Area.
Right. Before I leave you alone,
Uh-huh.
do you have a read on what they think of Ritter? Because I like Ritter, but I don't have a feeling what they think of him.
They interviewed Richardson and CJ Stroud. So, they're in the quarterback drafting business. They passed on Fields, Mac Jones, and Kenny Pickett. Took Ritter.
Yep.
Didn't play him right away. Played him at the end. He did okay, not enough for them to say, hey, you're our quarterback of the future.
Right.
So they're still looking. And but they think if they have to go with him, they can do that. But they're going to always try to improve.
Got it.
So, if Lamar Shake's free or something else, Tannehill or something like that.
But they're not in the car sweepstakes, it sounds like?
They're not in the. They haven't been connected to David Carr or
Derek.
Derek.
I knew which one you meant.
Yeah, they're definitely not connected to David at this point.
Yeah, 10 years, 15 years too
a little
late.
late. But PJ Gates is with the Falcons.
He is. I watched him at Carolina. Yeah, I watched him when he was at Carolina.
Yeah, no, so they're in the quarterback market. How deep, we don't know.
Got
But
it.
we do know they went after Deshaun last year.
Right. Thank you. Do you have your business card?
No problem. I do not.
Okay,
we
no
don't
problem.
even make those anymore.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I follow you on
I'm
Twitter.
on Twitter.
I follow you on Twitter anyway.
My phone, everything's in there. You can email me, DM, and stay in touch.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I'll see
Take
you,
care.
man. We'll see you at the annual meeting. Thanks, man. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Bill.
No problem.
Those guys
They're
are legends.
Jim Miller and
Those
Pat
two
Kerwin.
guys, both Jarrett Bell and Dewey Led, those are legend.
Oh, I'm very familiar with both. I read both of them and follow both of them on Twitter. Good luck, Mr. Meyer.
Thank you.
So that's most people's number one tight end. He's not my number one, but he's most people's tight. This would pass Michael Mayer from
My
Notre Dame.
desire is to steal both of them from their respective organizations. That takes money.
Well, good luck.
Yeah. Well, hey, that's what this is all about, man. That's what this is all about.
Right. Okay, Blake Whiteheart, Travis.
Hey, Bill, have you eaten yet? You should go and eat lunch. It's not even lunchtime yet. It's 10 o'clock.
I'm trying to get one more tight end.
Right on.
Judging by the crowd, he must be this one. Nope, that's Dalton Kincaid. Okay, good. Everyone stay there because I'm going to get Musgrave. Okay.
Bill Musgrave?
Was his nephew.
Ah.
Yep, here we go.
Good move. Oh. Hey, Bill. I'm seeing a little crevice about 20 inches to the left.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if it's a human-sized crevice, but I'm seeing the same thing. Let's see. Hold on. If I angle, maybe.
Oh, I see. I see where you're at. Well, you do the best you can.
Yeah, certain about a physical contact. Rubbing is racing, but
Oh,
I
hey,
don't
Bill.
want to have, yes.
Hey, zooming in is your friend. Remember that.
Yeah, but there's nothing to watch yet. But I will when there's something there. I guess I could just for practice, but there's nothing.
Widescreen here. Solo layout. There we go. Yeah, there's a lot to see.
Okay, here they go.
See a lot. There's people
No.
backstage I can see milling about. Somebody is coming, I believe. It feels like.
Sort of. In a minute, probably the first two, but they're further down.
Something's going on behind you, I think.
I'm kind of just getting out here and meet the players, meet the coaches, kind of just making those connections.
Hey, Bill, turn your camera to the left real quick.
What was that?
Turn your camera to the left real quick.
That way?
All the way. Keep going. Keep going. Keep
All the
going.
way
Keep
that
going.
way?
Definitely taught me how to be
Yeah, okay, fine, cool. Go back.
a
Right. Hey, are you looking at the camera from? Oh, I see how you're doing it. I think. Are you looking at? You looking at the screen yourself, or how are you doing it, vlog style?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it myself, yes, but I was zoomed in originally towards the podium. Then you told me to turn.
Cool. Cool.
And then I have to move it, so I can hear you.
Oh, I get you. You need an earpiece.
Well, if I do that, then you won't hear the audio.
Oh, here we go. We're on.
lifelong dream. I was growing up, trying to forward to this point right here. So it's kind of surreal and definitely a blessing to be where I am.
Luke,
Kind of people help me a lot.
the big question most people have is about your durability. What things you've been doing physically so that you can hold up through a 17-game season?
Yeah, I've gotten injured once in my career, my senior year. So
That's it's all up in the air right now, but I'm definitely excited for the opportunity that it takes, and Lord willing, my name gets called, and I'm sure I'll be ecstatic.
yeah, I've been skiing since I could walk. My mom's big sport. It definitely helped me a lot. I kind of contribute my big legs to it. It really did help. I got a big body.
I'm pretty excited to be able to represent the airport.
Luke, you talked at the Senior Bowl about how you like to watch K-Dot, and what is it that you take away from his game, and how would it be to reunite with him in Tampa?
Yeah, it'd be awesome. He's a really complete tight end.
So they're pretty excited for me to be here and kind of be able to get back to that way. But I'm very excited.
I really like the fact that he's wearing gloves. I didn't really follow suit, but I thought that was pretty cool. And he was just.
I mean, it's a lot of ups and downs, like. But I didn't really
have you met with the Bucks this week?
So
yeah,
was it formal or informal?
It's formal.
How'd that go?
It's good people. They all.
Past 4 years, I fell in love with the place. Kind of just grateful for the opportunities that I didn't have.
Yeah, my mom got me into it. It was kind of her big sport growing up, and football and ski racing were my big sports growing up. So in the winter, it was a full ski racing, and
right now, I kind of like
fall and summer, it was full football. Just the fact that I was going up there doing something kind of unique and fun to me was really what got me there. Yes.
Yeah, so I was working with my strength coaches that I had there for his Academy.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. I mean, obviously, joining any organization would be amazing. So I'm not going to say that would be better than the others, but I think it'd be awesome.
So do you think you or any tight end here approach Nolan Smith as a 4.39?
I don't know. I can guarantee you everybody's going to go out and run as fast as they can.
I love watching him run every play. I grew up watching him. I love watching George Kittle and Travis Kelce. Just the way they block. My whole defense, I feel like I can apply a lot of that.
Yeah, I didn't meet with the Bengals. I don't believe this week. Sometimes it's hard to remember. So
like great.
Like it'd be cool. All NFL teams have great guys and pretty special.
Seeing in football isn't necessarily traditionally a cross training thing. Do you get any teammates doing it, or what are some of the biggest benefits to that other than
I think playing with sports is no matter what it is, it trains different muscle groups. little bit of a step.
I started watching George Kittle the most just because
which
Brock
you see a
Purdy
lot.
played with the Heights. I love watching him.
Just playing any other sport in sport.
First making blocks, as well as finds open holes in the basket. Like that, that's kind of like large or anything.
Yeah, she was on the like USD team. I spent some time in Europe.
It wasn't too crazy. My whole mom's side's from Wisconsin. Go back there in the winter time, sometimes in summer, so I kind of get used to the cold and stuff like that. But it's a big adjustment because I mean, like sometimes you get all 4 seasons in one day. Sometimes.
Fast forwarding, I think. Just nutrition. That's already kind of standard is online.
No, I mean, like, you kind of just have to learn to make those sacrifices for the team. As long as we're winning, that's the main goal.
40 and jumps.
So, whenever my number gets called, you know, I'm ready to go. So,
Hey, Bill, can you move closer to that speaker or turn it toward you because it's distorted? Something behind you is overtaking it. So maybe if you could have him move that speaker just a little bit, you can twist it.
I definitely like to be able to show.
Oh, well, yes, I'm close to the other speaker.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why you need to get that.
My toughness as well.
Because the Doppler's not your friend right now. The only way to do that is to go to the left, or move the speaker, or twist the speaker, one or the other.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not the NFL. I'm sure they have their reasons. They're multi-billion-dollar industry. What they do, obviously, I think obviously I'm biased towards Jack Leto. We are great friends. He's a great player. He's a tough player. He's really athletic. So I don't know. I'm biased. So I can't. I'm not the one making those decisions.
What would be a successful NFL career?
So, yeah, I'm extremely grateful to be grandfather day.
Yeah, so a successful NFL career for me was being out there and ending a career with me saying that I did my best. Whether that be I contribute to a team on special teams, whether I'm a starter, whether I'm a practice squad guy. I want to go out there and leave the NFL. Me being proud of the work I put in and the help that I gave to the team. So hopefully win Super I tend to watch NFL guys. I've heard great things, but I tend to watch NFL guys, and during the season, I'm not wasting time watching other teams. I'm watching the next team.
Yeah, I feel like I can do it all.
I mean, obviously, I look up to all of them. I really I take tips and pieces from people's games. They're all great at everything, but that's I think it's a great feel for routes. It's a great relationship with Mahomes. He's one of the best at kind of tempoing zones and running routes when you're going releases. George Kittle, again, all around great tight end, but great at that wide zone blocking game. Hawkinson's, all around, but great red zone threat. Catching the ball really well.
Yeah, no, I owe it all to my trainers, my strength staff.
Feel good.
My family.
I feel like
there's
room to improve in every facet of my game. So I'm ready to improve and get better at it.
Luke, you said your knee's a non-issue. How long have you been cleared? What's your confidence level in it?
Well, I played the Senior Bowl, so I'm
yeah, growing up, everyone's like, man, you look like a baby drunk. So I love watching him run up. Right now,
no, that was kind of more of a strategic game plan. We, he knew I was not coming back because of the doctor, so it was not a possibility. No.
Luke, your feel for the game is exceptional. How much of that has come from having conversations with your Uncle Bill?
Me and Bill, we have a great relationship, but he's been busy. I've been busy growing up. We rooted him on from the distance. All of it's come from my dad and my coach.
Thank you.
Well, I grew up playing quarterback, so I like watching quarterbacks. So love Tom Brady, love Peyton Manning. And then I played running back too when I was really young, so LT.
Yeah, so I guess the main thing is just like going through schooling. So I have to stay in Colorado area.
Yeah, I think so. I think playing football just helps, wherever it is, whether it's lineman, whether it's defense, wherever it is, it all helps.
How and when did you make the switch to tight end?
Senior year of high school.
I chose to stay with my strength staff, kind of trainers for rehab and stuff like that. So how big of a challenge was that? Great job so far. It was exciting. Did you want to make that change?
Yeah.
I want to make the change. I really started playing tight end freshman year of college. I was more of a big receiver in high school.
I wanted to say, high school. A lot of people are.
I played 2 this year, so 2 this year. Oregon's good.
Have to stay there. In Colorado.
Yeah, again, I'm not gonna. Bill's a good guy. Love him, but I want to go wherever is the best fit.
Kind of just dealing with injuries in the past, it's allowed me to
Not
gain strength.
not this week.
I couldn't tell you right now. I guess we'll find out. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think so. I think I have a good feel from the manipulating releases. So, I think that's more of anything just practicing what I can and can't get away with.
Identifying coverages mostly because being such a heavy front offense, it's more like identifying fronts and kind of looking at.
I have one last question. Obviously, you said you had played 2 games, but is there a game in those 2 where you felt like you had at least one block where you could show people that you're not just a big wide receiver?
I'm sure there's multiple.
Thank you.
Favorite person you went up against in the Senior Bowl, like maybe they blocked on defense.
I couldn't tell you. I
better.
I mean, there's a lot of new names at Senior Bowl. Can't probably remember them all. Every player there was a great player, so every player made me
grateful to go anywhere.
Perfect. Good.
Yeah, no matter who, that's all up in there. Yeah, so my most favorite moment.
Bill, your hand's in the way.
And then another guy, 2 guys. I would say Woody Washington and T. Barnes. Those guys went to Texas. So kind of bringing that trophy back was kind of a huge accomplishment, kind of a milestone. Woody, man, he's just first a great kid. As well as getting over 30 plus minutes in the RP. And he got there, kind of leaving that legacy behind. Something I take pride in. What was that question?
And also, what was the best advice that you got this week?
Yeah, kind of the best advice I've gotten kind of throughout this whole process. I had a NFL game, but it's kind of just like no one's process will be the same for this whole thing. Whether you're first round, prior to free agent, you gotta just take it how it comes and fight for your opportunity as much as you can. So I'm taking that to heart.
That's my get away. Go Army. But I still have a certain amount of respect for the Air Force. When you are playing tight end in your offense, the offense you played in, it's not the world's most glamorous job. I think we can establish that. How do you get yourself excited no matter what? And you clearly play with a lot of enthusiasm, even though you're obviously not getting to play. You don't do what Travis Kittle does.
Yeah. I get myself excited just by being able to plant someone on the ground. I take pride in that. And our whole tight end room is every time we're watching film around the field, like we always get each other hyped up just whenever we see that happening. So we're off the field, it kind of just gives us that boost of energy to keep going. As well as have those relationships with the O-line, doing a combo block with them, if someone just builds camaraderie.
And in your post football career, you obviously, unlike some people, you already probably know where you're going. What does your post football career going to look like?
Yeah, so my post football career, so I got my Air Force job as missiles maintenance and munitions. Yeah, munitions and missiles maintenance.
I won't tell anybody.
Yeah. And I got in Arlington, Texas. Or no, not Arlington, Texas.
Oh boy.
Berlin, New Mexico.
There we go.
Yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited to be able to serve my country, after the fact where football's done, whatever that time may be. But
well, thank you ahead of time for that.
What motivated you to make that decision to go to Air Force, serve eventually our country?
Yeah, talking with my dad, kind of the biggest thing he had life after football, like having an educational football background. So being able to play at the D1 level, have the opportunity to come play in the NFL, and get a great education along the way. I feel like I was able to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's it for the tight ends.
Finger, hand, Bill, hand.
I know. Hold on. I was about to spin the camera around. Hold on. I was about to do.
Yeah, you gotta practice doing that without getting your hand in the way. I don't know, because yeah. See your hands. Yeah, do it so that There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah. What kind of phone are you using?
Was that?
What kind of phone are you using?
The V600 Lucky Gold Star, which they call LG for short.
LG V600. Okay. Let me take a look at how it's designed. Hold on a second.
Bill, what are you on when it comes to slot receivers? You like a little shifty, or like the big boys?
I like somebody who's actually a little between the two. Okay. My favorites are the guys that are a little bit of both. So I remember people like not loving Jordan Jefferson, which I thought was idiotic. For
Justin Jefferson.
I mean, that's what I meant. Well, sorry, but Jordan Jefferson was a guy that could have been better too, if not for LSU doesn't seem to really have a good handle on the position. Is it just me? They don't. Okay.
I grew up LSU fan. So.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I know.
You know, except for the 1 year.
Yeah,
right. That was right. And I mean, he did develop some there. I mean, you can if Wisconsin fans are going to claim Russell Wilson, you can claim that, because I hear people ignore the fact that Russell spent 4 years at NC State playing for Tom O'Brien, who was a tremendous West Coast offense guy, but nobody remembers that somehow.
No, we were talking about Jonathan Mingo though. That's like, I love those slot receivers that are big bruisers.
Right, you like the power guys,
who
yeah.
can block a little bit, who can win those.
Well, somebody brought up Anquan Bolden, but he's.
Hey, Bill, let us see your face.
Oh, okay. Oh, let me.
It's my boss here, so.
Oh, well, hello, boss.
Ross.
I follow you. I know who you are.
He's the man who fixed my mic after 80 episodes.
I know. I'm like pissed I didn't realize it before. But it's so funny. Like I was, my throwaway show on television sometimes. It's like Good Girl. Yeah, moving on. And there's this episode where Winston is doing like a radio show from home, like for his mom, and he's got a Yeti microphone.
The Yeti.
And I was like,
no. Yeah.
This way.
No, now I am too. Like, dude, I watched so many videos on how to use it and stuff. I guess nobody talked about which way to have it, because I was like, oh yeah, I turned the gain the way they wanted it. I fixed it in my hair. I reset things. I just didn't turn it the right way. I was like, why am I echoing? All this soundproof and shit in my wall and stuff. Yeah. Just echo, because I was talking around the mic instead of
into it. Yes.
Easy fix. Easy fix. Yeah. Now it's good.
Hey, you live, you learn. Proves you're coachable.
I'm coachable. Yeah.
Yes.
Very coachable.
How's everything going?
Busy, man.
Yeah.
It's busy. But no, Jake's been in the mosh pits with the quarterback, so we're gonna post those onto the channel on YouTube and get. We did it with the coach pressers we got, good stuff. So yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm here to grab a little Hendon Hooker if I can get up there.
He'll be on 3, so
He's at 3, yeah.
And but the problem is
I might wait like 10 minutes.
The problem is he doesn't have another good quarterback. But it's Malik Cunningham going with him. Like, it's not like a no. Levis is, it's Levis and Stetson here. So Stetson will draw a crowd just
because.
But Malik Cunningham is with Hendon Hooker. I don't think Cunningham is huge. I mean, he might, but Hendon Hooker is going to get more of the crowd.
Yeah, the challenge too is like beyond just like skill level of the quarterback. Malik was at senior, so a lot of people got to talk to him at senior.
That's true.
True.
Hendon seems like a good one for you guys, though. He's a good kid.
Alan Hendon Hooker. Hendon's his middle name.
Oh.
His dad is Alan Jr., really. You might remember his dad, or maybe not. You remember his dad, Alan Hooker?
Oh. I remember the name.
Okay. Yeah. I covered his dad. Hell of a quarterback, too.
Cover everyone, Bill. I didn't realize you were down in the Norfolk area.
Oh, it's where I grew up, man.
Yeah, I'm a Virginia kid, too.
What part?
Winchester right now.
Oh, way up.
Way
Okay,
out.
okay.
I'm by West Virginia. So, agent, I'm going to go talk to him because
you can.
30 minutes away.
Right. You can talk about, muskrat hunting or whatever. Yeah.
I'll have to go to Martinsburg. I'll go show all the people my day job. Like, I talked to this Martinsburg kid. Look what I did.
There you go. That's right. Martinsburg strong, baby.
His brother's in Martinsburg right now. So, yeah, he's a legend down there. Would have been the starter at Maryland if his grades were a little bit.
Oh.
They were going to give it to him over Talia.
Oh.
Or at West Virginia before J.C. Daniels. They guaranteed the starter spot. So he was going to pick between the two, but he had to do another semester to get his grades up.
Oh.
Doing it, so he wanted to just stay with the school.
Yeah.
He's a good player.
I was going to ask, so I should look for his tapes, I guess.
Shepard. Yeah.
Oh, he's going to replace Badgett?
No. Oh, you mean his brother? Sorry.
Yeah, his brother. Yeah.
Yeah, I think his brother might go to Shepard too. So
Okay.
keep an eye on him. But
I will.
He's in Martinsburg High School. They're always a powerhouse here in West Virginia. So.
Yep.
Yeah. You got any LSU guys that your fans want you to draft?
I'll be one of them. Just work, doom, through
Do you
them.
guys think Payne Durham could start over Jelani Woods next year? Look a blocker. So, that's what we get with Purdue, Indiana, Aiden O'Connell being the answer quarterback.
There you go.
Don't worry, we're getting mad in New Orleans too because he's a Purdue kid, so is Drew.
There you go.
He's from Purdue.
There you go.
Oh, and didn't Drew just get hired there too? It's like maybe they cross each other in the hallway or something. Like
when he did that.
There you go.
They didn't play in the bowl game, and then they got throttled.
Yeah.
Y'all sure?
Aiden,
he's fine.
He ain't the answer.
He's a Nick Foles ceiling. Yeah, he could be Nick Foles in the right situation.
Yeah, not last year's Nick Foles.
I mean, maybe that too. I mean, maybe all of the Nick Foles. He could be all of them. He could be.
Nick Foles.
But that's the the multiplicity. He's like when you open a door, you know this, like in a horror film, like in the old Scooby-Doo, we open a door and then there's a monster behind one door, but then you go right. It's like that. Yeah. You don't know which door it might be.
It's 5% of his career, all-star, like elite quarterback.
Right.
The other 95% of his career, you're not having on the roster. Yeah. But you have to keep him on that other 95.
Right.
Just in case.
You get some of that.
Which happened like 3 times, but it's great.
But he timed it right. That's what matters.
Hendon Hooker's interesting. He's a lot of work still, but like good pocket movement, athletic. Had the running game with him a little bit. He's got a good arm too.
Yeah.
Like, he could. It's just he's.
And
you have a lot of work to do too. It's just like
people don't like raw and old.
Raw and if you were old and like good, like and already there, I'd be like, all right, cool. Yeah. If you were young and raw, cool. But
yeah, it's the combination of love.
It's hard. It's hard. Like I see it with him. Yeah, I see it. It's hard.
I think the things that work for him in the New Orleans offense is that he's a fantastic pre-snap.
He is.
Phenomenal pre-snap.
Yep.
He's a great spot.
Yep.
With that offense entirely.
Exactly.
It's that blend of like West Coast airport, like all about see a spot, get the ball there.
To that spot. We'll get there, right?
And so like in some specific systems, he is there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Places where as long as they don't go change the system, which they've shown that they are hesitant to do. Yeah. I mean, him being a little bit older doesn't have as much of an impact anymore because things can be absolutely.
Yeah. And the way I've described him is he's a little more concerning Jalen Hurts to me, where when Jalen Hurts coming out, not now Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
When Jalen Hurts coming out, where like you saw the Oklahoma film, it was like, okay, he's better. And like it's like with Hendon Hooker, BT versus Tennessee, he's better, but he's not like a first round guy or anything.
No.
But when you got that running, and got a good kid, an older kid who understands what he's doing, like, he could strike gold. And
I think he's a second, third round graded kind of guy, which means he could jump into the bottom games because 5th-year option for a guy.
Teams are desperate for quarterbacks, but yeah, I like this. This.
If Sean was still there, yes. If Sean was still there.
Denver's going up for Levis.
Because I know Sean was trying to get it before. No. Actually, it was after DA took over. They were going after Liam Cohen as their receiver.
Oh, yeah. Well, I remember as a player. God. Oh, I'm getting old. Yeah.
I guess he's run the crummy version of the Shanahan scheme in college for 2 years. So I'm like, where's the Shanahan disciples that are going to want him? And I'm like, Houston.
Yeah.
Yes. They're going to take Bryce Young.
Yeah.
But
right.
They're going to move up to 1 for Bryce Young.
That's what I was thinking. Indies. And then I would expect that very likely Chicago would potentially move back again on the 2 and get the right call.
Indy's goading Houston to move up.
No. Yeah.
Ursay every day is tweeting Chicago stuff. Like, we love Chicago. I've been to Chicago Zoo. My favorite player played in Chicago in the 1940s or something. So he's goading them because they're not taking receivers. Like, I would love it. I love Bryce Young. Fowler would never take 170 pounds. He played last year at 173. Like,
But he's been in the gym, baby.
Yeah, you've been in the water room.
Well, that too.
What did I
Both.
say today? I've been this size my entire life.
Yeah.
He goes,
Was bored.
Bored like that. I was bored like
he
this.
goes to Bama, right? And to play in a pro style system, play at the best school to show that he can play despite the size, right? Gets down there, they hire Bill O'Brien and put him in the gun every single snap. He's only in the gun. I'd be so pissed.
Yeah.
Although it worked for him, but like,
Yeah.
But that's not what
Catch and
yeah,
release.
he was trying to get under center and be like a pro style quarterback, and he was like 98% gun usage.
Yep.
Or something, and it was like 20% empty.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 20% empty.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, for the Colts, Shane Steichen was an empty 15% of the time.
Yeah.
But Steichen won't be able to overcome that. Ballard's a size queen. He went Stroud or Richardson, I think.
Yeah.
Which, cool, works for me.
Right. I mean, the Texans were probably going to be the target spot for him anyway.
Yeah. It's all about Carolina right now. They're flying up for
Richardson or
Stroud
Levis or
Levis. Yeah.
yeah.
When Levis comes out with the Bible stuff on his arm, then Frank Reich's going to run out there and pick him right now. Frank Reich loves his church buddies. Phillip Rivers and Carson Wentz, his two favorite quarterbacks.
Oh my God. Yeah. Wow. Mm.
Nothing alike, but loves his church buddy.
No, you're right. Yeah, they got that. That's the one thing they have in common.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only thing.
And 6'5" and white. But yeah, that's where the resemblance is.
That's literally it.
Quarterback, white, 6'5", religious. Right.
Taking care of arm strength, mobility.
Nope. Decision making. Nope.
Leadership.
How their teammates feel about them. No, none of that. No, definitely not that. No.
Are you getting people to say you should get Carson? Anybody saying that for you guys?
No, I think everyone is out. No, everyone's out on that.
Like,
the last of the Wentzites has put down the Wintzigans. Yes, that's the Wintzigans. Yes.
I don't mind us getting Wentz because I was able to talk with like Adam Dado, Tom House, and all these guys. And I have connections with them, and they're really cool dudes because I was doing a whole thing on Wentz mechanics. But at the end of the day, he's not the guy.
No, I don't think the mechanics were the biggest part of it, though.
Well, mechanics are like the indicative of the mental side. Because if you're 27, 28, you're still having the same mechanical issues as when you were 20. Like, and you've worked with Tom House and Adam Dado. What's going on mentally? Right. So, yeah. Can't read a defense. That Jaguars game in week 18, the last year with Indy, they told him every third down, Jacksonville backs off. Just run back to their linebackers back off.
Right.
All we're gonna
to the sticks. Yeah.
All we're gonna do is we're gonna sneak a running back out. You dump it to them and let them get that first.
Right. Make some mess and got it.
Texas. It's called Texas.
He just does excuses that area. Middle of the field is closed always. Middle of the field's closed.
Is there something in the Bible about not using the middle of the field? I have to go back and check. Yes. Thou shalt not.
He likes outbreakers.
Hook curl zone is very much the place of Satan.
He likes
God wants you to throw it further down the field.
Like sail routes and outbreakers and levels to the outside because they're not risky. If he throws it over their head, it's going to balance. Right. If he throws it over the head of the field, it's going right to that free safety. Yeah. And he is so mentally fragile. But then he'll get touched in the backfield and throw a left-handed pass to the linebacker. Like, he's risk averse schematically. But when he plays, he's risked. Like, maybe he knows
addicted. Yes.
Maybe he knows that he has that risk brain or whatever, that it's going to take too many risks.
And he's fighting it.
Scheme that there was
Must not. So it's the devil's shoulder, like angel on one shoulder, devil on the other, both talking to him all the time. Go ahead, Carson. You can beat this guy with the throw.
And then he's just a guy in the locker room. He doesn't talk to teammates or like. He's not like a bad dude. It's just
he just doesn't.
You're a quarterback, and he's just a guy.
Yeah,
a little bit like Kirk. I've covered Kirk before. He's goofball.
Is he saying that Carson sort of takes the system and basically mangles it? Is that what I'm hearing?
And I got for a couple of years, everybody's expecting one at the end, and then like 6 quarterbacks.
Did you ever overlap with Joel Erickson down there?
No, but I know
we love Joel in Indy. He's my favorites here in Indy.
So
this is a great job. But his Underhill,
yeah,
this guy I work with, yeah, He's good.
Ken, why do you think they didn't ever fully embrace James?
I don't know that Jameis was ever really like the guy, right? Like
Right,
the
but I
idea
mean-
was that they were going after Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson didn't happen.
Right.
And they went to Jameis Winston to help get them through 2023, and that was sort of, or 2022, and it felt like that was kind of always.
They never even considered, though, hey, let's see what you got in. No?
I mean, they started him for the season,
Right.
and then he got hurt, and then after that,
And that was it.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Hey, gentlemen, I remind everybody. Hey, Bill.
I
don't
mean,
know
it
if
was,
you can say
but it
this.
was Dalton well.
Yeah.
It was
Bill.
right, good for Dalton.
Hey, Bill. Bill.
Or
Bill.
what I guess I should say is I don't know that we've seen consistently enough what Winston well is.
Bill.
I feel like there's something still there.
Hey, Bill. Hey, Bill. I
Indy,
remind everybody that under Sean Payton.
But I also agree he'll probably run some of
You
this.
got two sides here. Indy was really interested last year.
Yeah,
He was their
they
one-
were
he was their
gonna
fault.
like, yeah, they were gonna send him. They had a plane on the way. He told them, no, cancel the plane. I'm staying in New Orleans. Signed the contract.
Him, they were gonna see who lasted the longest between Mariota and Winston. Someone
Hey,
else.
Bill, can you hear me?
Whoever lasts the longest. Okay.
But then Ryan was available, and he only wanted to go to Indy, so they're like,
all right.
I mean,
Hey, Bill. Hey, Bill, can you hear me? Bill.
I think he's an incredibly talented player, James Winston.
Yeah,
incredibly talented player.
Hey, Bill.
He's obviously like a very high ceiling guy.
Yes.
You saw in 2021 when you were able to kind of get out of him, right? With the way that Sean worked with him, the way that he sort of adjusted his game, brought him down to start low, then get high. All
Yep.
those other things. Like did a really good job with him schematically in a way that ended up supporting him. But that's just not the system anymore.
Yeah, Bill, I'm trying to talk to you guys. I don't know if you can hear me or I don't know if you can hear me or not. I'm trying to talk to you as you're talking. I was, yeah. Can you hear me? Because I was. Oh yeah, but I'm saying that. Can you hear me when I'm talking to them? I was saying, hey, look, try that. See if you can hear me while you're talking with them. Yeah. Cool. Oh, I'll hang up. Okay, cool. All right.
I'll see how it
I'll tell you what, man.
Oh, okay. Tight ends are back. Yeah, tight ends are back. Hold on.
Okay.
Appreciate
Where's Stetson? Oh, Hooker. Trying to get over to Hendon Hooker. So last bunch of quarterbacks.
I've got to get him a dual mic so he can have the mic plugged in there and then still have the ability to pick up the sound, because that single system he's got is not efficient.
I watch these.
I have.
I just take stuff from those guys and try to yeah, they're gonna get some spread. You know, play, take care of the balls and somewhere thrive.
Talk to both of you now.
Yeah.
Say some of the things.
Yeah, I think for me, I played baseball in college for a couple of years. First time I turned over to football. For me personally, I know I got a lot of development, understanding the game. I just come to spend the time with it. But I feel like that gives me a very high ceiling and the potential to get a lot better because you get to the NFL and you're around the best coaching available. You learn a lot more about new schemes and new concepts, and it just opens you to a new world of success and potential success. So that's something I'm excited for and ready to work on.
Jaron, as you're entering the league, what's your best attribute, and then what's the thing you got to work at most the next level?
Yeah. Attribute-wise, I think just being, mature in situations, handling pressure. That's been from a lot of life experiences and then playing a lot of sports growing up. 2 sports in college. I've been in a lot of pressure situations. So just learning how to control the things you can and dealing with what you can. And I think those situations are what separate the best players from everybody else. And so I always thrive and try to thrive in those situations of pressure.
And then your development at the next level.
Yeah, just what I just said about being fresh in the game of football, turning over full time, all year round, focusing on it. That'll just come with time. Yeah, it was an informal.
Just training. What do you think that does for your success?
Yeah, for me, it's always been about situations. You experience, again, a lot of different pressure situations in a game. You go through a lot of different emotions.
So I think when you just get to one sport, specifically football, there's a lot of not a lot of things I haven't experienced already in those situations. So whether it's a physical thing or a mental thing, I just think when you play multiple sports at a very high level, I just think it exposes you to a lot. It makes you very comfortable in every situation.
Jaron, have you had a chance to speak with the Dallas Cowboys yet?
I have.
You had, was it formal?
Formal.
Okay, what would it mean for you to, if you had a chance to just throw behind a guy like Dak Prescott?
Yeah, to learn from a guy like that. I've studied Dak a lot the last year and a half. I had a chance to watch him throw in California, personally out there with 3D QB where he was training. That's the dude that grinds. He's one of the hardest working quarterbacks I've personally witnessed, seen on tape. I respect his game, and so to be able to back up someone like that, learn from them early on in the league, and that goes with a lot of other quarterbacks. That would be a great situation to learn from guys like that. Have a good start.
It'd be kind of fun to be able to throw those weapons out there in Dallas.
Yeah, absolutely. But they're everywhere you go in the league. That's the one thing about this league. A lot of great players.
Is there a pro quarterback you try to model your game after?
Not one person. I feel like as I've gotten a little older, developed into my own self, my own version of me and how I throw the ball. I try to take a little bit from a lot of guys, the way they process the game, the way they make decisions, the way they throw. I take a little bit I can, here and there. But I just try to be myself and be my best self.
Did you have a favorite quarterback growing up?
I love obviously Russell Wilson with the baseball, football compatibility, being a little smaller guys. I always watched him in middle school and in high school. Tom Brady is always there as well. I mean, the greatest of all time. So I respect every quarterback in their game, and I love watching them.
Jaron, just missed processing information. When did it click for you going from what you see pre-snap, and then if something happens and change the picture post-snap, and still keeping up with what happened?
Yeah, it depends on the defense. How well your keys are before. A lot of times, before the ball snapped, and a lot of times, right as you snap the ball, you're seeing rotation and you're feeling, pressure, whatever it is. So it just depends on the situation. Every play is different.
So when did film study help you with that? Like because when you first start watching film, you're just and then it snaps at some point. When does that happen?
Through the process.
Yep.
Yeah, it depends on the week. Typically by, the situational day of practice for us, that would be like Wednesday and Thursday. That's when you really want to have a good idea of those situations, of what you're going to see, how they rotate to those things. And so midweek film is when you should really be comfortable. But I mean, the film study doesn't stop until the first play. So you might have some stuff later than week.
What was the toughest defense you ever had to study?
This year I'd say it was probably ECU. They just did a lot of stuff, and there wasn't a coverage they didn't have or a pressure they didn't have. You couldn't just put them in a bottle of they played cover 2 or cover 4, cover 3. You didn't know. No, they did a lot of stuff. So those are ones you really got to be locked in after the snap.
Thank you.
Have you been in touch at all with your predecessor, Zach Wilson, just advising you on the draft process?
Yeah, as we cross paths for sure. I think he's in Provo right now. So when I go back, I'm gonna find time to talk to him. He's a busy dude. He's got a lot of people pulling at him right now, and he's got a lot of responsibility. So when I see him in person, I'm for sure pick his brain on. Yes, I did. What's that? It was just informals. Senior Bowl, I believe. Yeah, they just want to see how well you understand your offense. Do you know the ins and outs of protections, certain plays you like? I think, especially those informals, they want to know that you understand and you grasp your own information to see if you're a guy that's able to do that at the next level.
Jaron, you talked about how important NFL coaching would be to you. At the Senior Bowl that you just mentioned, how important, how amazing was that to be able to develop with NFL coaches?
Yeah, DJ and Coach Kirk from the Saints, they were our coaches, OC quarterback coaches. So spending every day with them, watching film, the meetings, out of practice, getting coaching points was cool. This is to see how NFL coach operates, how they think, how they teach, and obviously every coach has their own way of doing things. But for me, I took a lot of good stuff away from that week. Got a little bit of a feel for what the NFL will be like.
Who's the best or toughest cornerback?
Christian Gonzalez Morgan. Actually, he's got that question. Yeah, no, you're good. But yeah, he's a great player. I couldn't find a lot of flaws in his game at all. No weaknesses. He, any time the field he was on, you had to be aware of him.
It probably didn't help that you were missing 2 of your receivers next year.
Yeah, but you know what? All of our guys are capable. We won a big game at Baylor the week before, so that's never an excuse. I'm confident in all the guys that I had. We had a great receiving corps. I take those guys, over anybody else.
Jaron, how do you,
explain the feeling right now. I mean, I'm sure you've dreamt about doing this. I mean, I'm sure you've even dreamt about playing with yourself on Madden. You know, what's
I
it
haven't
feel
gotten
like?
the Madden part yet. That'll be crazy. We'll probably
What do you feel like your rating should be?
Oh shoot, I don't know. Just make me fast. Just make me fast. Let me throw a good deep ball. That's all I ask.
Best of luck, brother.
When I bring up Tyler Algier, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
His grit. I mean, that dude, he's a game changer. We talk about it all the time. You know, the difference in having him on the field is huge. You know, you saw that this year in the NFL. He's such a stud.
What's your favorite memory with him?
The tie. A recent one, we went out to eat just a couple weeks ago when he got back to Orange County after the season, just chopping it up, talking about the season. That was fun just to see him. But over the years, there's been a lot of experience. We showed up together at the same time, back in 2018. Grinding together in the weight room. He was always a shy, quiet guy. And then as you got to know him, he'd opened up. He's just a goofy dude, man. Life of the party, fun dude. But Ty's a good dude. Always a good experience for him.
What did he tell you about it here?
Yeah. It's more physical. It's long. A lot more games. But you couldn't tell by watching this game. He stayed healthy all year. Knock on wood, he stays that way his career. But Ty, you can never tell when stuff's hard. Man. He cherishes it. He loves it.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You mentioned sort of being on the lighter side of the position. It's been a process for you in terms of trying to gain weight over time, trying to get stronger.
Nah, I feel like for me, we had a great strength staff. I got a lot of great trainers on the side that I work with as well. Obviously, get extra work in. I was pretty big when I got home from my mission. I was about 225, like a fullback about 5 years ago. So from then, I've been able to get down. And so for me, gaining weight, it's just about keeping a good eating schedule. I can gain weight very quickly, but if I'm not, I can lose it as well. So as long as I'm disciplined and staying on a good meal plan, I'm fine with my weight.
Not restricting your ability or not.
No, I mean, I haven't played at a weight that's so heavy that I can't move. Like I said, the last time I weighed above, 215 was back in 2018. I was a little too big, obviously, and I hadn't been doing much for 2 years for my mission. So this year, I'm gonna definitely push the limits. Every year I've been here, I've been a little heavier, a little more put together. But it's just about finding the right combination, speed and durability, especially the quarterback position.
With teams experimenting more and more on situational QBs, would you be open to going to a situation like that where they're going to ask you, you're always going to come in during third down or fourth down situation?
Yeah, you know what? I'm here to do whatever I need to. Any team that drafts me, that's the position I put into. I'm going to cherish it. I'm going to relish it. I'm just here to make a difference. However that is. I love this game. I love playing quarterback. A lot of people have been in that situation and thrived, and I'll do what's asked.
You're a talented thrower and you're able to run the ball. And you've seen how the NFL's kind of evolved. You've seen Jalen Hurts, Kyler Murray be able to throw with both their arm and legs. How do you feel like you stack up, like in terms of being able to do both? And what have teams talked to you about that dual threat ability?
Yeah, I mean, you see it a lot more often now in the NFL. That's something that, again, that's one of my traits that I love. Being very instinctive when the play breaks down and you get off script, out of the pocket, I'm able to do some things. But for me, that's just another tool in the belt. I want to sit in the pocket. I want to throw the ball, get it out on time. That's something I developed that, got much better out of BYU, and I still got a ways to go. I'm still keeping moving, but that good balance is what's important. Staying healthy, avoiding hits. It's about being available in the NFL. You got to be available to play. So that's something I definitely focusing on.
You showing great touch on making vertical throws down the field. Tell me the process of, what are you looking at when you're taking a deep shot, and what do you focus on, in terms of getting the ball down the field?
Yeah, depending on the deep shot, if it's the sideline, make sure there's no safety help, make sure you look them off. Then you got to find how the corner's playing. Do I need to throw a back shoulder? Do I need to throw it over the top? How much space does my guy have? If you're throwing, post ball, something over the middle, where you got enough leverage, is it a ball that I got to bring across the field? Do I need to throw more vertical? And our receivers did a great job of adjusting. We had a lot of great feel for that. We see it all the time in practice. This year was just so many reps we put in the offseason with all the guys. Again, we had stud receivers and tight ends to make plays, so it's really easy when you're throwing to guys like that.
Jaron, did you have a chance to meet San Francisco 49ers at all?
Yeah, I did. Informal.
How would you like playing in that offense that's predicated on Yak and getting the ball out quick?
Yeah, that's what BYU is too. Coach Shanahan, we did a lot of stuff that they do with the 49ers, watch their film a lot. But that's a great offense. I think it's safe to say that they got a lot of quarterbacks there, but you never know. But that's definitely an offense that any quarterback I think would love to be.
Jaron, speaking of the 49ers, what does Fred Warner mean to BYU?
Fred's a staple of who BYU is. He was a guy that wasn't super highly drafted, I don't believe. I could be wrong, but that was my mission when it happened. But now he's thriving. I think he's the best linebacker, in the NFL. Watching him, I'm biased. I love my guys at BYU. I play with his brother Troy. That family loves ball. Fred is a guy who's high character, high class. We had a chance to hear from him when we played Stanford this year. He came and spoke to us, which was very meaningful. To take time out of his busy week to do that for his game. So Fred is he's what BYU is. Grit, hardworking, a love for the game, and a good business.
When you went on your mission, how did you stay in football shape? How hard
Yeah,
was it to get back?
I wish I could have stayed in football shape. That's the thing is you don't. But every day you try to get a little workout in the morning. Try to throw on your off day. You can play basketball. You can go throw football on your Monday. So you get a little bit, but it's not a mission to go to the gym by any means. You're out walking around all day, or you're driving a car. So it's tough. It is.
I think the time off gives you an edge over the younger quarterback.
Time off on my mission. It's different. What I lacked in physical, working out over those 2 years, I gained in mental, experiences, life experiences. More mature when I came back as a freshman, but there's a lot of mature freshmen out there. Just something that I think was valued to me, and other missionaries that played might say something different. But for me, it was great. Oh man, I watched a lot of them, to be honest. A good chunk of them. Tom Brady, obviously the greatest to do it. I love watching A-Rod. I love watching Dak. Talked about him a couple minutes ago on Ash. Russell Wilson, obviously. Just a couple to go off of. But I love watching, handfuls of guys, seeing what they do, just getting a feel for what my game and what small things I can change.
Jaron, what game do you think is the one that best shows? If somebody said, pick one game that's going to sell me on this guy, which game should they watch?
Boise State was a great one. Had a lot of diversity leading up to that game, and there's a whole team effort. That's a game to watch. We BYU was that year. Being able to come back for a couple rough weeks and to make a great game out of what was a bad game the year before. That was a great way to come out of that slump we had. So Boise State.
Thank you.
Coach Rodder said at one point the playbook didn't have to change from Zach to you.
Yeah.
So what did you take from Zach, your time together at BYU, and how did you make that decision?
Zach was always the most prepared guy on the field. He's a guy that cherished the film room. He's always had his iPad on him, had plays on it, videos. I mean, that guy was invested. I was blown away over a couple of years of being around him. And it helped me and my love for the game and my love for preparation to bring that COVID year. He broke out and did his thing. It's all preparation. That man worked harder than anybody else. So that's the mindset way that I needed to be the hardest worker, be the most prepared guy on the field. Because that position you got to be.
Jaron, you mentioned you watched Aaron Rodgers. Have you had a chance to talk to the Packers at all?
Informal.
What would that mean? There's a lot of people that actually have you going to the Packers. What would that mean? Roger stays to play behind him.
Yeah, that's one of the greatest that you could be behind the learn from. His game, I watch him a lot. I watch the Packers offense. I love watching him do his thing. So to be able to learn from someone like that as a young quarterback.
Which NFL quarterback of the past do you compare yourself to?
I don't want to make comparisons. I feel like I'm so different from everybody. I love, again, to watch everybody's game, to see what they do, what small things I can pick up.
Have you met with the Steelers at all?
Yeah.
Informal?
From the senior bowl to this point, what have you kind of learned about your game?
Yeah, everything's got to go faster. Senior bowl practices are faster. College practices are the best talent in the country. And it feels to be faster, so you got to be more prepared. Back to the last question about Zach. You got to be prepared. You got to be able to process quick. And then when stuff gets up, you got to be.
You hear me?
You got to be smart with the ball. And things just happen so much faster.
Jaron, what are your favorite intermediate concepts to throw against cover 4?
Against cover 4? Yes, sir. Yeah, any type of pull on an outside backer, they got a lot of responsibility. See pro flat, you can dig them out, get a little something, dig behind it, or plan with the flat. Option route on the backer. I mean, those are the easiest completions that we do BYU. Honestly, cover 4, I like going down the field, pushing on the plate.
Like a deep over or something?
A deep post route, out cutting route from number 2, post from number 1. That was our bread and butter. The safety draws on the out route, post over set. Strike over man. So,
thank you. So, anything else for Jaron?
Yeah. One thing. Hey, one thing. Oh man.
What? You passed the media team.
Has he ever watched the Joe Montana videos, and what did he learn from them?
Oh, well, I mean, I might be able to catch him on his way out.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for trying, at least. Thank you for trying.
Yeah. I went up to US. What? It was split. And then I grew up at the big house, so, and then I ended up.
What'd you run?
I know. You really do, because I was seeing all these guys in college, tens of thousands of dollars. I'm like, I'm even doing this right.
Right, and then stand it straight up.
Yeah, I'm looking, I'm like, no drying days, no peer recovery. I'm like, but then I just started transitioning inside. So, next question. Her impact, because I know.
She loved the name drop.
Can we do that real quick? I know. Can you? Do you mind? Okay.
Hey, Bill, you're sideways. Hey, Bill. Bill, you're sideways. Now it wasn't. Okay.
He's a big deal. He's trying to be honest. I got an opportunity to touch base with him, a little bit about your unique experience. You know, you decided to take a different alternative. Some of my college sacrifice focused a lot on faith. So you went on a mission to the house. Why don't you invite them?
Yeah, so I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Missions at certain so advice to do no wrong will be or growth. That's something I have. Advice. I got what I do like step 1 to 2 years. A lot of people might think it's crazy, but for me, I learned a lot about myself. I matured a lot. I learned how to get through hard times. I try to so you know, it's a sacrifice. It is. You get a lot out of it, so it's not that much.
Well, I like how you touched on, you know, a lot of the typical questions are about the physical aspects about your students. How do you think that's?
Yeah, I think, you know, being able to get away, it's hobbies, it's faith, just something that gives you a center in life outside of football, I think allows you to football to have a clear conscience, to know that you put in everything you can. For me, I gotta have a center. Absolutely. And it's my faith. When I can count on, I'm right on my faith, my spirit's feeling good.
So that was seminary for me, and I was in Michigan, so we had early morning seminary. So my faith is strong. Oh yeah, that whole like
Utah, we're spoiled. I'm like 11:30.
Yeah, nah, I'm an OG. I'm gonna touch a little bit. This might be uncomfortable. BYU out of high school came to my house. Diversity was a big thing, and it was, you know, you seemed to be probably come from biracial parents. I did too, and I was like, you know, I come from this diverse background. The only brown people you have on my mouth. I can't do BYU, but I love what you're doing. So seeing you showed the growth that we had.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just let's touch a little bit about
that.
that.
You know, my father, he's African American for the BYU in the 90s. Same, you know, it's less than it is now, less diverse, but he has a lot of great experiences. He was from the church and my mom. So, you know, growing up hearing stories, BYU was like then. I knew, you know, I grew up in Utah. So
well, you're a trailblazer.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So that was, I mean, I just grew up around it. You know? So going to BYU wasn't as much of a change for me, but a lot of people did. So I just wanted to find a way to be that bridge to show people that no matter what you look like, that's the whole world, you know, right?
Absolutely.
But at the same time, just showing kids that look like me or they're black or they're white, it doesn't matter. You have a great experience at BYU.
Absolutely.
Regardless of what people say, you go there and you meet people, you know for yourself. Not everyone's perfect.
Well, I think it's important too that you don't have to be of our faith to go there. I think a lot of people feel like, well, I'm not no different than other days. Great education. So let's talk a little bit about your wife. So obviously you're coming in married. Most of these guys are living a little bit of a different lifestyle. Talk about the impact she has, and I'm sure the foundation that she creates for you to be out here and shine.
My sound, you know, whatever it is, football, it's life, whatever it is. I got a lot going on in my life. She always there. She got more going on. She's a mother to our daughter, David, 20 months old.
And she's a former athlete.
She played soccer for 5 years. She's a stud. She's the best athlete.
That's where it comes from.
She understands the grind. She's my number one support. She's never once asked me to step away or take more time. She understands. It's a best. Her dream is mine. So it's a family thing that we're doing. And it wasn't that we could do it, but I love this game so much. I love this into our family. I just think it brings us closer together. So Bree, I mean, I love you. She's my main support. She's my main support. She always has me.
Well, we'll post it. We'll get all types of likes on that. I want to thank you. As I was sitting there, I was getting a bit emotional. I could feel the spirit so strong that my children look at you and be like, I want to be a quarterback. And one is super athletic. He's definitely not down. The other one's a little bit more focused. But the example that you are going to set the NFL, the tone you will set the NFL. I hope they find comfort in that. I'm sure Steve Young will be a shout out. All right. Thanks for your time. Yes. Thank you. And then
Can I ask you one last question? So Steve Young's name just came up.
Yeah.
So you clearly are a student of the game, including the history of the game. Have you ever had a chance to watch any of the predecessor with the 49ers, Joe Montana?
It's some old film. I have not watched a lot of Joe.
Well, I understand with your age, I would advise you do it. Like you, a guy with great feet. Like you, a guy who wasn't the largest cat in the world, but when the moment came, just like you, he rose. I see great things for you in the future. Thank you so much for your time. Who represents you?
Ryan Tony.
Thank you.
Hey, Bill, tell him to tell Ryan I said hi. Tell him, yeah.
Tell Ryan that Zennie Abraham says hi. Thank you.
Ryan's a good guy.
Okay, Bryce Ford Wheaton. Okay. Okay, that's oh, sorry. Oh my God.
Hey, Bill, who is that?
You almost saw me trip and fall. That's what that was.
I really need to slow myself down. I'm in something to get back to a better.
Hey, Bill, you're better off going to the side with that guy. You're better off going to the left side, Bill. No, actually, right side. Yeah, more right side. Close to this. Yeah. Well, just stay there. Just zoom in. Stay there and zoom in.
Always my big bro, Keenan Allen. I grew up around Keenan. My dad used to train him. And when he was in high school, him and his brother and his cousin, Maurice Harris. And just him reaching out to me, telling me, hey, it's going to be all right. Keep your head up. Also, out tomorrow, hit me up. That's big bro as well. Just going through, just different things on how to keep my mental, where it needs to be. Yeah, like I said, we play with a chip on our shoulder at Tennessee. So, we get a lot of disrespect. So we want to make it clear that we're going to come out and dominate day in and day out. And, the work that we put in has shown. They catch countless amounts of jugs throughout the week. I'll probably say maybe 3,000 balls a week. And that's just jugs alone. That's not catching me and Joe, which we're throwing 3 times a week at the least. So just continue to gel and continue to have that chemistry. And the work that they put in, it showed on film, and it showed this past year in our season.
What does it mean to score 52 against Alabama? How does that change that rivalry moving forward?
I thought we were going to score a little bit more the way we started. Had a couple of mishaps, gave a free touchdown, down close, in the end zone, pumped the ball, so they scored like one of our right arm guys. I really just want to win the ball game. That's what I'm here to do. Keep every moment the same. It might be, a big game, but every game is approached the same way, whether we're playing the best team in the nation or the worst team in the nation. It was also my father's birthday, so I had to get my dad a win for the first.
Speaking of your father, what was like?
No, I have just an informal meeting.
Have you met with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers yet?
Yes.
Hendon, speaking of your father, what was it like to grow up the son of the great Alan Hooker?
I got a lot of those questions. You're going to be better than your father when you get older. From a young age, and I always tell them, I'll be way better than that. We're still a very competitive family. My little brother coming up, we still have a competition. All the time, whenever I go back home, accuracy competitions, and really competitive family. My mom and sister, they can play quarterback, they play as well.
So how long did it take you to finally beat him?
It takes too long. I threw 6 touchdowns. We go by touchdowns. So how many touchdowns you throw in the game? I threw 6 touchdowns my junior year. Round 1 that game, 6 touchdowns. My brother threw 7 in round 1 of my game. So now he holds the record. Now he has to beat my record in college, which is 5. So yeah.
How important was the Alabama to you, your team, your program?
Yeah, it was huge. For not just us, but for the community, Knoxville, of all nation, just to let everybody know that we're back and back and better than ever, for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do this year coming up with Joe at the realm, and he got some pieces, so I'm excited. Yeah. Myself, I have to slow myself down a little bit, but Doc is telling me, he's very proud of how hard I've worked to get my quad strength and quad girth back to where it is now, especially where it started. I went from being on crutches for 6 weeks to walking the next week that I got off my crutches to being able to do one leg sit stands. So I'm excited to really get back to putting a lot of weight on my lower body. I'm really top heavy right now, so when I can finally put that weight back on my lower body, I can get to where I want to be weight wise. Especially today, I was 219. That's usually my regular weight if I wasn't working out or doing different places.
And then, are you scheduled to be Tampa Bay Buccaneers ball?
Yeah, I met with Paul.
Was that
Yeah, formal. Yeah, of course. I mean, if you're a football mind, you see something working, you're gonna immediately click like, hey, how do you do this? So everybody's just intrigued on how we run our offense, and it's a cool thing. If you ever are in our offense, I tell them how we do certain things, and it's effective in what we do. Can it translate to the NFL? Some of it can't. So
Hendon.
Super excited. That's my right hand man. So we talked about that moment for a very long time. From 2021, when he was a starter, I communicated to him, hey, it doesn't matter who's in there. Let's just make sure we win ball games. And that's how we just became such close friends and such great competitors as well. Day in and day out, me and Joe push each other to be better.
And as a former Tennessee Volunteer quarterback, do you have a relationship with Peyton at all? And have you talked to him about this whole process?
Yeah, Peyton's one of my mentors. I talk to him before and after every game. He is, just extremely cerebral on the football side, a great guy as well. Whether that comes from leadership advice to football. First and foremost, got to make a connection with everyone in the building, gain that trust, and show my personality and my character. They know any of my teammates that I played with, and any of my friends, they know that they can come to me for any and everything. No matter when it is. So gaining that trust first before the ball is even rolled out is something that I made an emphasis on. Whether we're running sprints or something, I'm just encouraging guys to actually move into that lead from the front, and like I said, making those connections, making sure that I know how to communicate with this guy differently from this guy. So.
Can you talk about your character a little bit, like obviously in sense on the field, but in the locker room, are you the funny guy, or are you the guy that gives all the advice?
Yeah, I'm all of the above. Anything. If you need anything from me, they can come to me. I'm a great friend, and I think that translates to just being a great teammate. Many times throughout the season, we're joking and laughing, but when it's time to be down to business, they know I'm being business, and that's something that's helped us. Just from a leadership standpoint, the whole leadership council and the whole captain's committee at Tennessee, has made a huge emphasis on leading from the player side.
You think Jalen's going to run the 40?
He's flash, so I'm excited to see him go out there and speed on, just have fun. So just have fun, relax, and on your race.
Cedric said earlier today that Tennessee's wide receiver you.
I agree, and QBU.
Hendon, what's your favorite gospel song?
I'm gonna have to go. I have so many, man. I have my gospel playlist for everything. I have to go Kiki Shear, Indescribable.
And would you consider yourself a sneakerhead? So
Yeah, of course.
All right. I've been looking my whole life until very recently. But what should be my first pair of Jordans?
First pair of Jordans. I think you should keep it simple. If you can get your hands on something, the sneaker market these days are ridiculous. I've been a sneakerhead since 7th grade, and to see J's go up to $700 is absurd, and to see Dunks go up from $100 when they released to $400 is absurd. So get something simple to start off. Let me see. I think those Cool Grays. You never go wrong with Cool Grays, and it's just re-released, so I know there's somewhere somebody has been stopped something.
Time for one more last question. Anybody?
No, I have one last one. So, gotta have it. 3rd and 8, extended red zone, and it's against cover 3. What's your favorite?
I'm probably gonna go some type of wide open concept, starting from the boundary read, killing that single side safety, see if I can get kind of a one-on-one matchup, or just something simple to the boundary. Getting my eyes from there to the wide over to something freaky outside, make a double move to the flat.
Okay, thank you.
Still my guy. Hey man, the combine's been missing those hard-hitting Bill Carroll questions.
There you are. Oh my God. I have some bad news for you. You got old.
Yeah.
It threw me off. I was like, that's not who I was expecting. I mean, I was expecting to see you, but not this.
Yeah, man.
Come here, man. Wait, where's your other half?
Byron. Byron's he hadn't been out here for the last 2
Here,
years.
I'm gonna get there. We go. There. See, that's who I was looking for. That guy. See where that guy.
Yeah, crazy. But yeah, Byron hadn't been out the last couple years. He's been going to the Shrine game, and I've been doing the Senior Bowl.
So you're splitting between you. Okay. Oh, okay. So for the fans, this is the Alex Dunlap of Roster Watch. If you care at all about Dynasty Fantasy and you're not using Roster Watch, you're just throwing money down your toilet. That's what you're doing. So do the Roster Watch. Do it all.
Yeah. What you up to?
This, writing, being a dad, just life.
Yeah.
Dealing with stuff.
Yeah. That's good.
So who are some of your favorite guys here?
What that I've seen?
Or just that you really liked, whether you've seen them or not. Like guys that you're excited about, maybe you haven't seen them do anything yet, but you want to.
I'm not excited that Smith and Jigba's not going to run, right?
We kind of knew that. I mean, not knew, but we suspected, right, that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, we'd heard it, but I was hoping for some kind of confirmation of a sub 4.6 40 out of him.
I promise you, his pro day will be sub 4.6. I bet you, bet everything that you owed on that.
Yeah, get some of that home cooking man, on the fast track. But dude, this is a fast track.
I know. Like you might want to run here.
These guys, like these guys that want to go back to their pro days. Sometimes it's like, man, I might take the bird in hand here. This thing's burning.
Everybody's running fast times. Roll the dice, baby.
It started last year when they got those new timings.
I remember. Yeah. And I also heard they did. The surface is different from a few years ago. I heard also.
Yeah, they're doing the thing. They're doing the thing with like the numbers. One official numbers go to the next gen stat guys, and they get sent in.
Right, and then they like
the whole process has been changed.
It is.
So I think they're a little bit faster.
Oh, I'm no genius, but to me, I'm seeing about 0.06 of a second improvement across the board.
Yeah.
It's not just me. You're seeing the same thing. Okay. We're just making sure. Yeah, I might go ahead and take my time, take my chances here, and then if doesn't go well, then go to my pro day and run.
Yeah, for sure.
But I've seen some smoking times from guys I thought were decent athletes. All of a sudden it's like,
Today, what do we have? Cody, do we have corners today?
Safety's corners, and wide receivers tomorrow,
That's what I got. On my betting markets, all that stuff goes on tomorrow.
Prop bets on who's going to run what.
Yeah. Send them all to my wife. I can't gamble here. I just send them back to my wife.
Right. Yes, that is correct.
Like, what am I doing?
For those who are wondering, he's not gambling here in Indiana. No, that's the one, Bill. That's the one. Let's see. Who's up here? That's going to be Max. And then that's going to be Xavier Hutchinson. That's going to be Jalen Hyatt.
Okay.
Oh, my guy. I'm going to do Hayner. That's my guy.
Hayner. Hey,
Yeah,
Bill.
Yes.
Hey, Bill. Who is the gentleman, Ryan Tolliner's client? Who is that?
Oh, Jaron Hall, quarterback, Brigham Young University. Yeah, he talked fairly extensively about his faith. He's a member of the Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. He spent 2 years doing a Mormon mission.
Jared Hall. Okay.
I grew up watching your mom on TV. I'm from the Bay Area. Has she had any advice for you as far as dealing with the media?
just continue to be myself and just be who I am on a daily basis, be as consistent as possible. There hasn't been a ton of chatter about.
Hey, when you got never mind, Bill. Never mind, Bill. Never mind.
Not using light, not using things like that. So it's been fun.
Tell us about your experience at the Senior Bowl. What struck you as the biggest difference between college-style coaching and NFL?
I think there's a lot of similarities, especially where I came from. Fresno State, we did a lot of similar things. It's a lot of NFL things going now. So I think there's a lot of similar coaching. I think you see today that there's a lot of coaches in the college game get promoted, get opportunities at the next level. So I think, I was lucky enough to have Coach Tedford and Coach Moore, two guys that are very knowledgeable. I think it translates well for me.
Have you had it? Sorry.
No, I just feel like the NFL coaching that I got at the Senior Bowl was great. I think it was a different system, different terminology, of course, but I thought it was really good. There's a lot of similarities.
Have you had a chance to meet with 49ers yet?
I have not actually at all. I've talked to some scouts here and there at the Senior Bowl, but I have not had it at all.
How do you assess sort of your whole career with beginning at Washington and then going to Fresno State, and last year maybe there was a possibility with that?
Yeah, that was, for me, it was really my dream school. I really wanted to go there growing up as a kid, and I was lucky enough to get that opportunity in 2017. My mom and grandfather both went there, and I had that opportunity. Things didn't work out for me. I wanted to put the tape out there, and I was going to get my opportunity to get here and have a chance at the next level. I know there's some people that probably doubted my opportunity to get here, but I love proving the doubters wrong. That's what I've always done. So when I had that opportunity to go back up there and follow my coaching staff who helped me be successful at Fresno State, I definitely looked at it. I definitely weighed out all my options. Coach Tedford came back. I felt like my best interest was going to be to stay at Fresno State.
Jake, how would you describe your game?
I think I'm a precision passer. I play with timing, anticipation, I play with accuracy. There's some people out there that probably say I don't have a strong arm. I think arms are plenty strong to be able to translate.
Hey, Bill, hold the camera up. Bill, hold the camera up.
I just think my process is different than other people's. I think I prepare at a higher level. I think I take care of my body at an elite level. I think whatever club I'm lucky enough to go to, I'll continue that.
And in your conversations with coaches and executives, not outsiders, but people in NFL, what's have been some things that they say they'd like to see you improve on or maybe enhance?
We haven't really talked about what to improve on. We've been watching some tape cut-ups with different GMs, different head coaches, things like that. Just kind of getting a feel for people, getting them to understand how I play, how I prepare, and what my process has been like the last 3 or 4 years. This process.
Jake, my 2 favorite attributes watching you: courage in the pocket and how quick and correct you are with your eyes. How did you learn to use your eyes so well, and how did you develop, not being a giant exactly, but develop ability to take hits and still play well?
Yeah, I think if you're playing, at a really high level, every passer has to be tough. They have to be efficient with their shooting their eyes, and they have to throw the ball with timing and anticipation. I think it started when I was in high school. Coach Bergman, Coach Babcock, Coach Phillips, some of those guys that helped me as a younger passer, and have the opportunity to get, out in college, prepared me with progression timing and being able to time my two class. So, I went to systems that allowed me to do that, and be a progression-based passer and drop-back passer. I continue to sharpen that up.
Thank you.
Well, first at the defender. The kid has great instincts. He prepares really hard. He does everything at a super high level. And getting to the teammate part, he's a great teammate. I think he'll be here next year. And I'm really excited to see him.
Have you had any sort of
I'm not surprised. They build a great culture. Their system is very efficient, effective quarterbacks. And I think it helps to have some playmakers on the outside, offensive line, who's nasty and can help in the run game as well.
Jake, there's a big emphasis on mechanics when it comes to playing quarterback. How have you taken those steps to improve your mechanics and just refine your game?
I don't think it has much to do. I think everyone has their own specific stroke. I don't think everyone's stroke is the same. I think you see a bunch of different people doing things different ways. But I think there's a way to be more efficient in everything you do. That starts with the feet. That starts with your eyes. It starts with your timing. So I think I've tried to improve that and get better and better and better. Each year I continue to grow. So we're going to continue to grow.
Have you worked with any QB trainers or anyone else?
Working with John Beck in Huntington Beach, Taylor Kelly, NATO, with 3 QB, and got really good guys out there.
What's the biggest thing that they kind of worked on with you? The feet, the eyes, the sequencing?
For me, I've always been fairly clean with some things. Just continue to refine and this is a highlight.
Who's the best corner you prepare for this year in a game?
Best corner. I always say Rajon Wright from Oregon State. Does a lot of really good things. Really long, rangy player. Just made it tough for me outside.
Who are we talking to next year at a podium from Fresno?
F. Williams.
What about Evan stands out?
Like I said, instinctive player, really high football IQ, plays really physical. And I just think he's going to do a lot of really good things in the Pac-12.
Was it fun being able to beat WSU in your bowl games since they were kind of your rival, maybe?
No, I loved it. Yeah, growing up, I was, like I said, wanted to go to UW, and the couple of years that I was there, I made a big emphasis on beating my little brother, and having that opportunity to go play him in the bowl game was great. Get out.
And how much did the Senior Bowl, being MVP and everything there?
I mean, it was really important for me just to go have a good week and show that I can play well and be effective against top-tier opponents and quality competition. Senior Bowl was really a unique opportunity, I would say, just because I was lucky enough to have Jim's approval to get that invite. Super grateful for that. But I was preparing at a super high level to prepare and do my best.
Jake, have you moved to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
I have, yes.
Is that a formal or
informal? I think that's informal, but I had a really good talk with them, and
Jake, I think Jalen Crawford-Moreno is one of the most underrated wide receivers in this draft class. What are his strengths? Why is he so effective? Why does he get open even against people who are supposed to be better players?
I think Jalen is super twitchy, and I think you see that on tape. His ability to stop and start is like he's really special. I think Jalen, once he has the ball in his hand, fly sweeps, game, ball in the perimeter, he's different in his stop and start. So, I think he'll continue to improve, continue to get better. I think his best football. I have not talked to him.
A little bit about what you've seen from
when Ron got on campus at Fresno, we all knew that he was different. He just needed some time to learn our system, what he coached to do. I think, he got that coaching and put it all together. I thought his best football was the back half of the season there. He was a really special player for us, and it's great to see him get an opportunity, not being invited to the combine, just get picked up by the Cowboys. Have a great year. We'll see what happens. Yeah, the kicking ball, man. So I'm excited to see what he can do in the years to come.
Have you met with the Seahawks?
I met with the Seahawks at the Senior Bowl. I've not met with them. Great.
Yeah. Hold the camera higher and look at it. Look at what you are showing the audience, because you can do that with that camera. It's good for vlogging, okay? But you gotta, make sure at all times you do not let that out of your mind, because you cut off the poor man's face. Okay, all right, I see.
Great resource for me. I've really appreciated his guidance, and for years I was lucky enough to get started at Fresno State.
Hey Jake, that performance you had at the Rose Bowl back in 2021, is that something that has come up in all the meetings with teams? The toughness you displayed in that game, your ability to persevere and play through that injury?
In that game, I think you really can get a full true understanding of what I can be as a passer, as a competitor at this level. That is always a game that's referred to as kind of my moment. So that's the game I tell people to go look at. If you want to get a first impression of me, what I can do as a passer and a player, I always tell them to watch the UCLA game.
Just like a lot of teams guys say, bring back the car and Adam. Can you talk a little bit about the standard that is?
Yeah, it's an elite standard. I think anybody who come out of Bryce who started Kevin Sweeney, Trent Dilfer, some of those other guys before us, David Carr, started really good passers and playmakers that come through that Central Valley. So Devontae elevated the standard in the receiver room, and I think Jalen's trying to uphold that. It's been great to continue to have high quality talent come out of the Valley.
And yourself, what's the one thing that you think separates yourself from all the others?
I think my preparation, my standard, my process, those are things for me, those are what really stand out. It's never been because I'm more athletic, physically better than anyone else. I just think I prepare at a higher level, take care of my body better, and continue to do that throughout my career.
What do you think is the ideal situation for you with your skill set? What NFL team would you love to go to?
I just want an opportunity to play somewhere. And for me, it was a dream playing the NFL. It's a dream to be in this situation, talking to everybody here. So, wherever I end up on draft day, if that's day 2, day 3, wherever it's going to be grateful for the opportunity. I'm going to do everything I can,
Move to the Browns.
Jake, if you wanted to point somebody to a game that proves you have more than enough arm to make every throw you need, what game should they pull?
I mean, I think UNLV 21 was a good example of what I can do with my arm. I think UCLA is another good opportunity to watch what I can do. But I think, tomorrow when people see me in person as well, I think I'll be able to stack up some of the top guys.
Thank you so very much.
Hey, Jake, have you met with the Chiefs at all by chance?
Here and there, nothing remarkable, small talk. Nothing great. Showing a little more interest, I guess you could say. But there's definitely been some talk.
They need a backup quarterback.
Yeah, see what happens.
How similar was the offense to like Caleb?
Very similar system. I think there's a lot of similarities. There's a lot of things that Caleb and Jeff did together that worked really well. And I think there's a lot of similarities in our tape, in our system, in our terminology.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I spoke on it a little bit before, but just finding space.
Well, since no one else, so you clearly study the game a lot. What are some of your favorite passing concepts used when it's like a 3rd and long? You got to have it. Somebody's coming and try to smash you.
Yeah.
And you got to get it out.
For us, we try to chip both sides. Our tackles seem to like that this year. And we're kind of getting what we call chisel protection and try to use that and isolate that to help our tackles. And I think it did a really good job for us. We can throw the ball down the field and isolate different things. For me, though, when people bring a lot of pressure, I like to get to empty. I thought that allowed us to handle the pass rush better just because they weren't going to bring 6 guys. They're only usually rushing 4, playing zone. And if they played man, they bring 5. There was one-on-one matchups for our guys up front. So I thought getting to empty helped us a lot, gave us a lot of answers.
Yeah, I'm going to throw some cut-ups on Zennie 62 Media, proving to people that you can make big arm throws.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Jake, how do you compare to the rest of the quarterbacks in this draft class in terms of pocket presence?
I haven't watched a ton of their tape. I'm going to be really worried about what I can do at a high level. Do everything I can and improve my stock throughout the season and combine and pro days. But I think that's the strength of my game. I think I can feel pressure, sense pressure, and I always think I keep my eyes downfield when I'm trying to extend.
Who represents you?
Athletes first.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
How much media prep did you get from your mother before you came here?
Oh. There hasn't been a ton of media prep. For me, it's always kind of come natural to me. I feel like it's always been something I watched my mom do when she was a little younger, going through the process as well. And, when football's all said and done, maybe broadcasting is something I can get into.
That was going to be my next question. So, because of your parents and everything, you kind of go back to being a Husky fan now, or were you kind of a Husky fan the whole time? Or?
I have no bad blood with Washington, but Fresno's definitely my home. It's what made me, what gave me this opportunity. So, I got friends and family up in Seattle. Definitely rooting for the Huskies just because of the coaching staff up there now. But Fresno's my definitely maybe.
Have you talked to Caleb at all kind of during this process?
Oh yeah, talked to Coach DeBoer, Coach Grubb. Those are my guys. Really appreciate everything they did, and definitely stay in close contact with them.
What did they told you about this process?
Just enjoy it. You only get to do it one time. And for me, like I said earlier, this was a dream of mine. This is what I always wanted to do growing up, and getting that opportunity now.
Did you ever get to know Michael Penix?
I actually went up there this summer. I was up there just to see my grandfather and some of my grandparents because they're up there. And I stopped by UW just to get a few workouts there and see the strength staff. And Mike was around. So definitely met Mike, great kid. Super fired up for him and what he's going to be doing.
Anything specifically you've been doing for like your trunk, your shoulders, whip the power?
I'll probably be about, I'll be somewhere over 205 tomorrow. Probably be about 207, 208. So, I mean, for me, I feel like that's a really good weight. That's all I need to be. My frame's really a lot thicker than people probably realize. My midsection, my lower half is pretty put together. And, I've been doing everything I can to hold on to that weight, make a good weight, go out and put up some good numbers.
Yeah, would you get this? You'd be willing to, be a backup quarterback for somebody like Patrick, a younger guy, be behind him?
I want to get an opportunity to play. Definitely want to get an opportunity to play in the National Football League. But, if that's my opportunity, I'm going to do everything I can with it. But, for me, I want to play. And everyone said that, you can't do this, you can't do that. It doesn't really bother me. I'm going to go somewhere. I'm going to compete at a high level, and hopefully it's a situation that I can thrive in. So we'll see what happens.
You had an impressive week down at the Senior Bowl. How are you going to use this week to just build on that?
Yeah, I just think being where your feet are, and that's the biggest thing, and it's what people get caught up in this process is looking down, down the road. I'm right here, right now, giving you guys this interview and allowing myself to just live in the moment. I think if you try to look too far ahead, you're cheating yourself with this great opportunity. So I'm going to stay here, be grounded, and really allow myself to enjoy this process.
Have you had any interaction with the Steelers?
Yes, here and there.
Poise is a pretty big part of your game, I would say, on tape. Getting your eyes backside under pressure, being willing to take a hit, but still standing to make a throw. Kind of where do you think that groundedness, that poise comes from?
I just think it's my toughness. No matter who I'm playing, who's in front of me, I'm going to be, right there, ready to make a throw when I have to for my team. And at the end of the day, people can get caught up in size, measurables, all those great things that all these studs have. But can you win games? And I think that's what quarterbacks do. And that's what I do. I'm a winner, and I've always been a winner.
Going back to that 2021 UCLA game, can you relive some of those emotions that you were going through at the end of that game?
I mean, for me, it was just being in the moment. You can't win the game, looking towards the next play. I had to be in the moment there and be really present with what I was trying to get done. My preparation that week felt really good, and I had a really strong idea of what they were going to try to attack us on offense with. It ended up paying off down the stretch.
How cool is it to see Jalen Crawford, your teammate here, and kind of going through the process alongside him? Obviously, you guys have built a really nice relationship together.
Yeah, just being able to go through it together. We're coming, this week here, just being comfortable in the world of being uncomfortable here at the combine. It's great to have him go through this process with me, and he's been a great friend of mine. Built a great relationship over the last couple of years, and I'm excited to be able to throw it.
So for me, most interesting part of this experience,
just being able to realize a childhood dream. There's not a lot of people that get to do it. Chris Carter once spoke to us during orientation Wednesday night, and he said there's been 102 years of the National Football League, and 21,000 guys have been lucky enough to play. And I'm going to join that 21,000. It's been a dream. Just really lucky to be here.
What's the biggest thing that you want teams to know about you in this week?
That I'm a competitor. I'm going to do everything I can to win, and just to never count me out. I think that's what I've done over my career. I've proven people wrong time and time again. I'll continue to do that.
With Jalen Crawford and Nico Remigio, along with yourself going to the NFL, who do you think is the next wide receiver in that Fresno State wide receiver group next year to take over?
You guys all need to start looking at Josiah Freeman. He's a JUCO transfer, 6'4", run about a 4.4. Freakishly long, talented kid. Has not gotten on the field, so that's the only question. But makes plays in practice, freakish. So I think he'll be here in 2 years. He can put it together on the field. It's definitely a name you need to look at.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Jake Hainer, perhaps a future scout.
Give us a recap of that gentleman, please.
So I've been studying Jake Hainer for a while. He originally signed to go to Washington, which was his dream school, as he mentioned, his parents. Were Huskies. Oh, I guess I can flip this camera. Here we go.
That room is empty. Oh, my Lord.
Here we go. So his dream school was Washington, and that's where he started his career. Then after a redshirt year, and they had a changeover in the coaching staff, and made clear to him that he was not going to really get a chance to compete for the starting job. Looked at other opportunities. Kalen DeBoer came and got him, and then Kalen DeBoer lost his job. But and actually, good news, not good news, but I mean, I think what helped Jake was that the next coach was the return of Jeff Tedford, and Jeff Tedford is, the list of quarterbacks he's worked with: Joey Harrington, Trent Dilfer, David Carr, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, it's a long list of very successful quarterbacks that have come through the Jeff Tedford system. So he got a chance to work with Tedford this past year, and he grew. I mean, find a better light. He grew, not physically, unfortunately, because he's one of the smaller quarterbacks here, but I like him a lot. I like him more than almost everybody I've run into. I've run into like one or two others that like him too, but people always sort of fixate on his size. He's not the biggest. His arm is his arm is let me see. Let me switch this over. His arm is better than people think. And I do actually have a couple of, including the UCLA game. He said UNLV, but there's a third game that I can find also, Washington State, where he makes throws that prove definitively that his arm is not weak. It may not be a cannon. He's not going to remind you by, Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen. He's not. That's fine. But his arm is good enough. I mean, Kirk Cousins doesn't have a cannon. There's lots of really good quarterbacks who have an arm, I think, roughly equivalent to his. And he gets a lot of, Taylor Heineke. People whip that out. Nope, that's bad lighting. Okay, back over this way. He gets a lot of Taylor Heineke comparisons because of his size. But he's like Heineke. There's the part that I think is somewhat fair in that comparison is they're both gamers, right? Tough, gritty, all those sort of attributes. You'll hear people say, "Oh, he's a gamer and he's tough," and he is. He is a gamer and he is tough and he is gritty and he does win games, even when he's, like I said, people talk about UCLA game because, frankly, I think they haven't watched him other than the UCLA game. And I mean, it's a good game, but he's got other games where he's just as good or better. It's just that it wasn't against UCLA.
Hey, Bill.
So,
Bill.
Yeah.
I have a request from Joseph Armendura's Godfather Media. He says, "Can you ask him, talking about you, if you could zoom in when you're at a great spot but in a faraway distance?" And or maybe you can't. Can you zoom with that camera? You can, of course.
I can zoom. I just got it, but I got to. If I'm holding it in one hand and zooming the other, sometimes there's a moment of sort of everything goes all kaflooey. But yeah, I can. Give me a second to get to a place where I can.
Do you have a backpack on or something?
Of course. That's my laptop's in there.
That's why I always set my backpack down. I
couldn't set it down before because I was in the rugby scrum.
The one
But
thing
I can set it down now.
Yeah, the one thing that we're gonna have you practice doing is taking the camera, holding it up to your eye level, and if you need to raise it up, right? Yeah. Hello, Bill. Bill. Hey, Bill. Hello. I think that's the only thing about it is that he has to be more aware of what he's asking people to look at. Hey, Bill. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Bill. Hey, Bill. Yeah, the one thing, I need you to become more aware of what you're showing people. For example, what you should have done there is say, "Hey, look, I'm going to put you guys down for a second. Give me a second, okay?" But you've got to be aware that there are people who are watching what you do, and you have to ask yourself the question all the time, what am I showing them? And you have to look at what you're showing them all the time. This is a different thing you've ever done before, okay? It's right. But my point is, there are veterans here like Richard Hake, Joseph Armendariz, Vinny Laspinosa, who know how to. They do that in their sleep, right? And so we're teaching you how to do it in your sleep. And that camera is your eye, but it's also our eye. So we're trusting you to take us to a place we've never been before, right? And enjoy that joy of doing that. God, that place is empty. Look at that.
Oh yeah. Well, it started emptying once the quarterbacks were done, Zennie. So it was packed in here.
No, Bill,
I got here fairly early, but obviously, because the people who stay in the same hotel, it was like there's a hotel like above. Well, so people who stay here, got to jump on Bryce.
But my reference point, though, turn back to that other side to the left, please.
This way?
Yeah, stop right there, okay? That in past combines has been filled from back to forward with booths. It's not. That is scary, okay? And that's why people don't understand when I tell other people, hey, the NFL doesn't have enough money to bring in the broadcasters they used to because they're not getting the sponsors that would pay for those installations. All right. That's a big problem. That's a big problem. That's right. Because I'm not used to that. That's really awful. That tells me we're in trouble as an economy. When I see something like this, what you're standing before, that tells me we're in trouble. Wow. Thank you.
No problem. Yeah. So there's like maybe I'm trying to figure out. There's like maybe 1 or 2 prospects left. Maybe they were delayed in medical because it's really supposed to be kind of over. But I see like 2 guys left. Let me go see who those 2 guys are.
Cool. Great job. Remember, that camera is your eye, so always hold it up. Like right now, we got us on sideways, and yeah. So that's why I always hold it. Now, here's the thing: if you're tired and you can't do that, just let us know and say, "Hey, look, I'm going to close this and come back later. I need to rest." Cool, but you have to direct us what you want to do, right? Where you want to go. You have to tell us because we're like, we're the 5-year-olds. We don't know. You know, we're happy to be here. It's fun. It's a blast, and yeah. But always remember, it's like you're this is the 4th. What you have to learn to do is, and you're doing it on the fly, is break the 4th wall. That's what this is called, especially when you look at the camera. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. So Zennie 6U Media specializes in breaking the 4th wall. That's what we do.
Right. Well, I've got a couple of more minutes left. Oh God, yes, thank you. I've got a couple more minutes left before.
How's your battery power?
Well, right. Well, that's the other thing. I'm going to need to start charging again. But also, there's really not much left here.
That's fine.
You know, because they're going to shut down on this side, and then after that, I'll be able to walk over for.
By the way, did you send me the information for your hotel that I need?
Oh, thought I did. Maybe I didn't. But it's I can do it. But it's the La Quinta 40. You know what? I'll send.
Well, here, that's personal. My point is, shut this down and let's take care of that. That's more important.
Oh, okay.
This is great.
Sure.
This is great stuff. You've done a great job, Bill.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna walk around one last time to see if there's anything else worth trying to see, and then I'll
yeah. In fact,
probably,
that girl that was interviewing the gentleman from BYU.
You're talking about Candace Evans Price.
Is that her name? Okay. Candace
Yeah, she was a track athlete and turned media person. She works with Emory a little bit. I'm thinking Emory. I'm walking towards
Yeah,
Emory.
I think I've seen her on Instagram.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
you probably
I think
have.
she's got a cool Instagram presence. Yeah. Candace Emory Price. Let me find her here.
No, Candace Davis Price, not Emory Price. Davis Price. Emory. I mentioned she works with Emory. Emory Hunt.
Okay.
But her name is Davis Price.
Candace.
You might not believe it. It's
Davis Price.
Oh, that's Tyson's dad. Tyson Baggett's dad is a professional arm wrestler.
I'm okay. What's the Ottawa team in Canada? Rough Riders. I'm cool with the Rough Riders, so imagine how I would feel if it was a Steelers. Yes, ma'am. Can I help? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Whoever pays him, he'll be there. we are struggling right at the current moment. Okay? So as soon as the big dollars hit, everybody will be ready.
Does Tyson have your same personality, sir?
No, sir. No one does. I'm absolutely one of a kind right here.
Agreed.
He can never go anywhere without his pop, right? Have you ever heard the term helicopter dad? I'm hovering over everything at all times. This is awesome. I appreciate it. I wish, I really like LeVar Ball. However, I think LeVar did an injustice to maybe him by speaking of other people besides just his kids. So I'm going to act just like LeVar Ball about Tyson. And I'm going to have no comments about other people, except I love them too. I really appreciate you guys. I know most people, you guys would love me to stay up here longer, but that's all the time I have for today. I got you. $20 fee for everybody to ask a question. Reach in your right pocket. What you got? What you working with?
Hey, Bill, who's that?
I got nothing to this. However, I am for hire.
20 to the winner.
What?
20 to
That
the winner.
sounds good.
Oh!
Bring that chunk on up here. That's lunch.
You say
Hey, nice job.
Yeah.
So I don't know what Tyson Badgett's going to happen. Like where it's going to, but his father is going to definitely go somewhere with this.
He already has.
Right.
28-time arm wrestling world champion.
Right. I mean, beyond that. I mean, you can't do that forever.
He says he's got the strongest ever in India. It's probably true.
He might be right.
You get some videos on YouTube you watching, Alex. What? There's some videos on YouTube during the World Championships, and he'll be sitting there and he'll be holding the guy left hand to right, and he'll just fucking stand there and stare at him.
Yeah.
And this guy will be like pounding him this way. He'll just stare at him and go, and this guy's like, he's like,
nope.
Stand up so I can pin that on. Stand up. And the guy stands. I'm just boom.
I can do two things.
It was World Arm Wrestling League on ESPN like 6 years ago.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Yeah, he's a monster. He's an absolute monster. Yeah.
That's the content.
Yes.
Obviously,
I just record this shit. So Duggan did.
Going out there.
Tyson's going all they just myself.
No. That's why they sent his dad up, I'm assuming. Who was obviously the better interview, but yeah. Are you gonna go over Dawn Field?
What is that? 3?
Right. Yeah, it starts at 3.
Yeah, I gotta do a radio. I gotta do some radio show. I think that's all I got today.
Oh.
Today's Friday.
Today is Friday. Yes. Do you have a card on you? It's okay. I'll DM you.
In my computer.
It's okay. I'll just DM you, and we'll figure out, something.
Yeah.
I'll bring you on. We'll talk. Who you like? Why?
Oh yeah.
Especially the wide receivers because they're stupidly deep.
What is this?
So yeah, I'm gonna head over to on field in a little while. So oh wait, hold on. Gun Brooks, okay. We can grab a little bit of Max Dugan, the quarterback from Texas Christian, and then I'll shut it down after that.
These guys too often, but they're all really talented. So just focus on myself. I know that I can control how I can be, so that's what I do.
You never played quarterback.
Oh, hey, Bill.
Yeah, so I'm getting quarterback. Jalen Brooks is at 5. Jalen
how he
likes 5. When I was
Sonny
probably
Dykes' coach.
What was that?
Kind of fun. You get a rough
Ask him how he liked having Sonny Dykes as his coach. What did he learn from him?
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Always
Thank
been a
you.
quarterback.
What was that feeling like after a quick rise game? Everybody, what was that like?
Yeah, so it was different. I understand that sometimes when you're on a team that's successful, you get put in the spotlight and all that. It's not something that I fairly enjoy or like being in it, but I understand that that's what comes with it, and trying to do your best to build up our school, TCU, and build up our teammates and put us in a good spotlight. So it was fun to have our school and team get the recognition they deserve.
Max, what's the biggest thing you've learned from Coach Dykes?
I think it's just how to be confident in yourself. That's something I really learned from him. He put confidence in us as players and as a program, and just again allowed us to go be loose and be aggressive and be bold and not be afraid to make mistakes. So that's something I really took away from him.
Thank you.
Yeah, no one told us that we could take them, so I guess if we're allowed to, we'll probably take them. But this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. It's a great experience. A lot of us, dream about being here. You watch the combine growing up as a kid, so I think to be here, just taking it all in, because you only get to go through the draft process once. Three words. Let's think. Exciting, inspiring, just maybe nervous, I think, and not nervous in a bad way, but it's inspiring to be here because you get to help a lot of kids that can look up to you, that have dreams of being here. We were once those kids over here, and just I think just the nervous part is not in a bad way, but excited in that way of you don't know how this process is going to go, but you get to see how each meeting gets to go. You're excited for the next day to go compete against the guys. You're going to see where this process takes you, but it's an exciting time. Thanks, Max.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys. My left thing? Okay.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So let me go check one last thing. Oh, Jalen Brooks.
And I say blocking, you gotta be able to block as well. So, and then those would be my top three.
When you're done here, the guy's going to come over and tell us that, to grab your name and go. Are you going to keep that? Is that a souvenir? Do you have souvenirs from your days on the field?
Yeah, so and just growing up, I wasn't always like the best out of everybody. So whenever I do get the opportunity to get a souvenir, I'm always keep it and cherish it. So this will definitely be going with me everywhere I go, wherever my next home will be. So 100%.
Jalen, what are you hoping to prove this week?
I'm willing to prove my speed, my catch radius, and just my IQ, my football IQ, my intelligence with being able to learn playbook extremely fast and being able to point out different types of coverages.
What do you feel like is the biggest strength to your game?
Biggest strength. Oh no, you're good. Biggest strength to my game is most definitely my IQ and being able to recognize things on field, going at a fast pace. And then second, I would say my speed, and then my athleticism, and then also my catch radius.
Jalen, what's a big play that you made that you could point to on tape, and you could say, this is because of film study?
This is because of film study.
Right.
Would definitely be my touchdown against Tennessee. I knew that they were going to go one high man, and once we had our Z motion out, and that gave us our man indicator, and I've seen it 100 times of how they played. I knew that all I had to do was jab at the outside shoulder of the defender and just sprint across the field and outrun.
And what have you done postseason? How different is your body from when the season ended?
So I came off with turf toe injury, and that's been able to heal up. So I'm feeling a lot more explosive right now. I'm being consistent with my weight, weighing from around like 200 to 203. So
And that's where you want to be, about 203?
Yes, sir. That's where I like to be during the season. During training right now, I like to be at 200, so I can run at a faster speed. But yes.
Thank you.
Jalen, is there a player in the NFL right now that you model your game after from a technique standpoint?
Yeah, so I model my game after Calvin Ridley, and I like his stride length and being able for him to get in full stride and being able to stop on the dime, and that's something that I really admire from his game. And I feel like me and our torsos, we got shorter torsos and longer legs, so that's something that I definitely admire from him.
You have a biomechanical mind, obviously. Have you worked a lot with people in terms of like sports medicine stuff?
No, sir, I have not. I graduated with a degree in sports entertainment management, but I do ask a lot of questions though whenever I get treatment on things. So that's something that I would say that I pay attention closely to.
Is that going to help you? I mean, as you grow as a player?
Yes, I think that will help you in the long run. I can't say it will help you in the short run, but the more you know about your body and the more you're able to know about how your body responds to certain things, I think that could definitely help you in the long run.
And you mentioned something that is probably the least sexy thing that you've ever has to do with blocking.
Oh, yeah.
If you wanted to point to somebody, a game where you showed what you could do as a blocker to help the team, what game would that be?
That game would be Vanderbilt, and that game would be Clemson. I mean, pretty much you could pull up any game. I block all the time, and I get that from because my junior year of high school, I got benched because I couldn't block. So that's something that I model my game after a lot, and that's something that I have a lot of passion for.
It shows. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you met with a lot of NFL teams by this point.
Can you kind of try to put us in your shoes? Like before you met with that first team, what did that feel like? Any kind of excitement, anxiety?
So yeah, I was anxious a little bit, but I've done a lot of interviews in the past, especially in South Carolina. You deal with a whole bunch of media, so I just knew that it was going to be more football focused and just, they was going to be asking me about like this play, like this coverage, or this different type of formation. But that's why I did everything to the best of my ability at my time at South Carolina, because South Carolina produces you and they mold you to be a pro, and get ready for that standpoint. And then we also had mock interviews at South Carolina as well. So I can't commend them enough for giving us that opportunity.
And who's the best corner you faced?
I would say Ringo, and I would say JC Horn, but most people don't like when I share other teammates. But opponent-wise, I would say Ringo, not only because, and I say that because I had to face him on defense and special teams. So he always gave me a challenge, but we was always competing, iron sharpens iron.
With team draft, what should the team expect from you?
The team should expect from me. So I'm a forward phase special teams player.
There we go.
So I was starting gunner and I was the starting corner on our team, and then also did some returns and also backed up on kickoff. So they should definitely expect to see me on special teams, and so coming from that will put me in the depth chart for a receiver and be able to get on the field and show what I can do.
What's the best play you've ever made on teams?
Best play I ever made on teams
Yes,
was
sir.
forcing a fumble on punt against Florida.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
What have you been doing to work on your game and improve on things up to this point for the draft?
So throughout the years, I usually so I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina, and we got QBC, which is a quarterback county, and I work out with Anthony Boone up in Charlotte, and I've done been around a whole bunch of different pros, like Daniel Jones, Sam Howell, and then other veteran receivers as well. So I like to pick everybody's brains. I like to get piece by piece from different other people in different aspects, because everybody is a different receiver. So you can't try and be somebody that you're not even built like. So that's something that I do a lot, and just being able to be around them, great minds, and just being able to keep on increasing my game from them. Yes, sir. I've interviewed with them at the College Gridiron Showcase in that year as well. Yes.
When did that go down? Excuse me. When did that take place?
2 days ago. Yeah, 2 days ago. We did my phone.
Have you met with the Jets at all?
Yes, sir.
And how have those meetings gone?
The meeting went good. I met with their position coach, the wide receiver coach over there, so it went really good.
So you said the Packers was a formal interview?
Informal.
How many have you had?
I have not had any.
How many informals have you had?
I do not remember how many I had, but I'm blessed for each and every one. I don't care if I have one. I'm equally as blessed.
Jalen, which of the combine events is the one where you're going to stand out the most?
Definitely my 40 and my broad jump for sure. But I'm doing every single event, so of course,
Because you're a competitor.
Yeah, but I'm gonna try and shine in each and every event.
Thank you so very much.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Jalen.
All right. Thank you.
And that concludes what my battery will sustain and what my shoulders will sustain. Let me see.
Yep.
Nope.
Hey, Bill,
So
great job. Great job.
I'm
Great
going
job.
to both recharge my phone and recharge myself before I head over to the.
Hey, the media room has free food, by the way, upstairs. They should have a free spread, I think.
I just. I think it was the over there that was.
Oh, it's that one.
Oh.
That's the only one.
Yeah, that's the one that you was pointing me to before.
Oh, is that what you're going to do? Is use that charger?
Because my phone's about to die. Yes.
You guys mind? Because this is the only plug-in that works. No, it doesn't. I already tried. They have certain ones.
But yeah, so I will be signing off for the moment.
Okay.
Zennie?
Hey,
Okay,
Bill.
sign off.
Hey, Bill.
Yes.
The media room has free food. The media room has free food. Yeah,
I got you. But I just need to charge my phone right now.
Okay, this charge is.
I'll
up
worry
there.
about that afterwards.
Yeah, this chart. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. See ya. Thanks.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, okay. Got it.
All right, Bill. See ya.
Yeah, we just do. Oh, I know you got a couple. That's why. What app?
Okay, so he's shoving off the buffalo, and I think, well, even if he doesn't, I'm going to do.
Go around plugging.
Hello.
Yeah. 'Cause we did that.
He's shuffling off the buffalo. He's done a great job. You know?
This one does.
I think this is his first true, live. What I'm trying to say, at war, bullets flying, go at being a vlogger on the scene, doing it Zennie 62 media style. And our style, folks, is to hold the camera up like this to your eye. Okay? So, and I do this. So if I'm vlogging like that, all right, see, I'll always hold it up, and you'll see pictures of me holding up the camera to my face like that. See, this is the classic style. It's eye level, and the eye makes connection with the screen like this. Okay, see that? See how that works? Okay, well, the eye makes the connection with the screen. All right, the eye makes the connection with the screen, and you can level it. So you can't help but level it when you see it. But if you don't look at it, all right, you can't level it, folks, if you're not looking at it. So I keep this, all right. This screen, as you can see, is half my face, which means half my view is taken up by the screen on the other side of this, okay? Using these lenses, all right, to push out, as you can see, okay? So that's the Zennie 62 media style of vlogging. And it's something I developed when I started using the smartphone, because the very style of the smartphone affords this. Now, other vloggers have a different, way of doing this stuff, okay? Like you see, I just adjusted this when I realized, look down, I said, oh, I want to point at you, all right? But at the audience. But other vloggers sometimes have a different view of this. And they'll have a handheld and they'll walk on the street first thing out, right? I don't necessarily like to do it all the time. I like to use it to do this, to talk to people and to show my face as I'm doing right now here, all right? And I can see what I'm saying, but this takes practice. I've had years of it. Starting first when the iPhone came out in 2007, and immediately, not almost, but immediately there was discussion about how this could be used by vloggers for vlogging. And that's precisely what's happened. So our company and the way we do things is based on the smartphone, okay? It's based on the smartphone. I'm going to actually have this on. I just give you a demonstration of how we do what we do, okay? So, and that's what I'm trying to show Bill how to do. This is the Zennie 62 media style of vlogging. Make sure your eye connects with your phone. And if you're too tired to hold it, take a break, take a break. So there it is. Now, all that aside, what did we learn today? We learned that between Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, and Anthony Richardson, and then, of course, Tyler McKee and all the other quarterbacks that we have interviewed and have appeared that we didn't have a chance to interview. We're looking at the next game-changing draft class for the future of the National Football League. And I'm going to say this straight out, and I'm going to play it where it lays. In Hendon Hooker, Anthony Richardson, CJ Stroud, and Bryce Young, you have not one, not two, not three, but four black quarterbacks who are known more for their passing ability than their running ability. It's not that they can't run. but they are known as passers. And they're all coming out at a high level ranking in the draft. This is a first. So this is a pioneer place for the black quarterback. That should be noted. This is a pioneer place for the black quarterback. A pioneer year for the black quarterback in the NFL. Game changing. Game changing. All right. We'll be back with more later. Subscribe to Zennie 62 at 3 o'clock. Bookmark oaklandnewsnowblog.com. That is this broadcast. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. For our